directing you to an AED in the lobby. That concludes my safety briefing, Chair Hamidi.
Thank you so much. Over the course of this hearing, we'll consider testimony related to the Norfolk Southern Railway train derailment with subsequent hazardous material release and fires that occurred here in East Palestine, Ohio on February 3rd of this year. Investigator in charge, Ruben Payan, will provide a detailed presentation of the derailment shortly. But before we go any further, on behalf of the entire agency, I want to express our sincere regrets and for the entire community who continues to experience a significant tragedy. We spoke to many of you last night. I see many of you in the audience today. Thank you for giving us the time last night to talk with you about the NTSB, to share with us about your experiences. And thank you for the time to ask us questions. Just know that all of us think about you, not just during this hearing, not just during the investigation, but well after our final board report is issued, as we work very hard to get our recommendations implemented and improve safety and prevent a similar tragedy from occurring in the future. The information learned during this hearing will help us determine what went wrong on February 3rd. We'll then make safety recommendations to prevent similar derailments from ever happening again. And we'll advocate for our recommendations for as long as it takes. And I mean it. The NTSB fought for 50 years for positive train control. We'll never stop fighting for rail safety until there are zero derailments in U.S. communities, until there are zero hazmat releases from transportation disasters, until the day when no one else experiences what this community has. That is our mission. This hearing is an opportunity for the public to see part of the NTSB's investigative process. Normally, these proceedings take place at our headquarters in Washington, D.C. Instead, we're holding a rare field hearing here in East Palestine. We made that decision for one simple reason. The people most affected by this derailment deserve as much insight as possible. Community members deserve to see not just how we're investigating the derailment, but who is doing the work. The real public servants dedicated to finding its cause and advocating for change based on the lessons learned. They deserve to hear what we're learning about the derailment in real time. And they deserve accountability. That's another reason why we're here, so members of the public can hold the NTSB accountable for conducting a fair, thorough, and independent investigation. Just before coming here, I received a letter in the mail from an East Palestine resident. She wrote, "Rail can be safer. It must be safer for all of America." We couldn't agree more, which is why the NTSB takes accountability so seriously. It is our job to hold everyone accountable for safety: local, state, and federal agencies that regulate the rail industry, freight rail companies which own the trains and the tracks that carry hazmat through communities like East Palestine, rail workers who maintain and operate the trains, companies that produce the hazmat and the tank cars used to transport it, and emergency responders who arrive on scene following a disaster. We exist to hold them all accountable. That's why our investigation is much broader than the issues that you'll see before you today. Today we'll be covering two main issues, and we'll have more tomorrow. But today we'll focus on, the first panel will be focused on the hazard communications and emergency responder preparedness for the initial emergency response. This afternoon, we'll hear testimony on the circumstances that led to the decision to vent and burn the 5 vinyl chloride tank cars. Tomorrow morning, we'll cover freight car bearing failure modes and wayside detection systems. After that, we'll consider the final topic of the hearing, which is rail tank car safety. These topics were determined and agreed upon at a pre-hearing conference hosted virtually on June 1st, 2023. I'd now like to introduce the NTSB staff who have a role at this hearing and who do an incredible job, not just for this investigation, but for the entire agency. First, we have Stephanie Shaw, who is our hearing officer. Okay. And Ruben Payan, who's our investigator in charge for this investigation, both of whom you'll hear from shortly. Next, we have the chairs of our technical panels. Troy Lloyd, who's a railroad accident investigator, will lead panel 1. Paul Stansel, who's a senior hazardous materials accident investigator, will lead panels 2 and 4. Joey Ryan, a railroad accident investigator, will lead panel 3. Additional NTSB staff that I'd like to introduce are Rob Hall, Director of our Office of Railroad Pipelines and Hazardous Materials Investigations, and Mike Hiller, who's our Deputy Director of that office. I think you're back there. There we go. And Ben Allen behind me will provide legal support. Julie Canan and Dana Sanzo will operate the audio, visuals, and timer. Jennifer Gabris, Keith Holloway, and Eric Weiss will be handling media relations. Eric Grossoff will be handling safety and security. And finally, Elias Contanis and Stephanie Matonic from our Transportation Disaster Assistance Division are here to provide support to those affected by the derailment. Did I miss any? Did I miss any? Nope, I don't. Okay. All right. I'll now introduce the parties designated to participate in this investigative hearing as prescribed in the NTSB rules. The parties to an NTSB investigation are organizations or individuals with special knowledge whose participation we deem necessary in the public interest. While they are not part of the analysis, parties are essential in helping us develop the facts around an investigation. The Federal Register notice of this hearing, published on May 31st, 2023, listed the Ohio State Highway Patrol as a party to the investigation. However, they respectfully declined, citing their discomfort in questioning witnesses from other Ohio state agencies who they consider peers. And I think that's reasonable. As I call the name of each party, I ask the designated party spokesperson to identify themselves and introduce the others from their organization. We will begin with the parties from federal, state, and local government agencies, starting with the Federal Railroad Administration.
Good morning. My name is Carl Alexi. I'm the Associate Administrator for Railroad Safety and FRA's Chief Safety Officer. With me, I have Adam Richter, who is an inspector with our Signal and Train Control Division, and Irvin White, who is an inspector and the IIC on our investigation into this incident, and he's with Motive Power and Equipment.
The Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration.
Hello, I'm Bill Schoonover. I'm the Associate Administrator for Hazardous Materials Safety. With me I have Mr. Kerry Davis, who's my Deputy Associate Administrator for Field Operations, and Adam Horsley, who's my General Counsel.
The Village of East Palestine.
Good morning. I'm Peggy Clark. I'm the Director of the Columbiana County Emergency Management Agency, and I'm here assisting the East Palestine Village.
Next, we have the parties representing labor organizations, starting with the Brotherhood of Railroad Signalmen.
Hi, I'm Quinn Norman with the Brotherhood of Railroad Signalmen. I've got Jason Jones, the Vice General Chairman here, and Chris Hand.
Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen.
I'm Randy Fannin, National Coordinator, BLET Safety Task Force. I have with me Brian Franson and Sean Lawton, who is the National Coordinator as well and the Assistant for the BLET.
Thank you. International Association of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers, or SMART.
Good morning, Jared Cassidy. I'm the director of our national safety team with SMART TD. With me is Jeff Mitchell, our Kentucky State Director and one of our inspectors for the team.
Thank you. Transportation Communications Union and the IAM, or the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers.
Yes, Jason Cox, Transportation Communications International Union with the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen. Thank you.
The International Association of Firefighters.
Good morning. My name is Paul Carey. I'm retired Boston Fire Department District Chief, Hazmat Operations Chief. I'm here as a party representative from the International Association of Firefighters. And with me is Mr. Jamie Burgess, our Deputy Director of Hazmat Training.
Thank you so much. Finally, the industry table. Let's start with Trinity Rail Management Leasing Services.
Good morning. My name is A.D. McKissick, Vice President and Chief Engineer. With me, I have Amy Hamilton, Principal Engineer, and Scott Ewing, Vice President and Associate General Counsel. Thank you.
Great. Oxyvinyls.
Good morning. My name is Karen Ann Stegman. I am the Vice President of Supply Chain for Oxyvinyls. I am also the Oxyvinyls Party Representative for the NTSB investigation. With me is Paul Thomas, our Vice President of Health, Environmental Safety, and Security, and also joining us is Mark Farley, our Incident Response Legal Counsel. Thank you.
Great. And Norfolk Southern.
Good morning. My name is David Gooden. I'm with Norfolk Southern's Transportation Department, and with me today is Chris Davies and Paul Williams.
Okay. I'd also like to thank the many witnesses testifying at this hearing, all of whom, it should be noted, are participating willingly. Thank you for being here in support of rail safety. The witnesses have been selected because of their ability to provide the best available information on the safety issues pertinent to this investigation. Witnesses will remain under oath until the conclusion of the hearing. In the interest of time, we will not describe the witnesses' credentials that will be in the docket. Instead, we have pre-qualified each witness by documenting their qualifications in writing. Again, you may review each witness's biographical information in the public docket, which opened to the public this morning. We have lots of information in that public docket. We have a website at ntsb.gov on the East Palestine derailment. You can access the public docket through that website. I'd now like to provide a general overview of the proceedings and appropriate conduct. You may wish to refer to the hearing agenda for more detail. Each day we will cover 2 of the topics I outlined earlier by way of technical panels. There will be 1 panel before lunch and 1 after. We will follow a similar process for each. Ms. Shaw will begin by introducing the members of each panel and swearing in the witnesses. Some of the witnesses will then exercise their option to make brief opening statements. Witnesses will then be questioned in the following order. First, by the NTSB technical panel, which again includes NTSB staff who are part of this investigation. Next, by the parties in front of me. And finally, by the Board of Inquiry. Parties, that's us. Parties, please remember that only your designated spokesperson may question the witnesses. Right now, we'll only have 1 round of questions. If anyone questioning the witnesses believes a second round is warranted, please raise your hand. I'll determine whether it's appropriate. If granted, the second round will be limited to questions that clarify the record or address a new matter. If a party spokesperson objects to any question, please raise your hand and wait to be recognized by me. I will make all rulings on the admissibility of exhibits, appropriateness of questions, and pertinence of proffered testimony. Mr. Allen, again, who's seated behind me, will provide legal assistance, and all such rulings will be final. A word about conduct. This hearing is an administrative, fact-finding proceeding with no adverse parties. It is not our purpose to assign blame or determine the legal rights or liabilities of any person or entity. Such matters will be excluded from these proceedings. If you will be questioning the witnesses, please remember you must limit your questions to the topics listed in the agenda. Please also refrain from asking questions that call for speculation or analysis. To our witnesses, please respond to questions by providing only the facts as you understand them. You may not speculate as to the cause of the derailment or analyze the facts. Before I invite the hearing officer to introduce the exhibits, I'd like to acknowledge the many people and organizations who've made this hearing possible. First, I extend the board's gratitude to the following organizations for their assistance and collaboration with this event: Federal Protective Service, the East Palestine Police Department, the East Palestine Fire Department, the East Palestine School District, Columbiana County Sheriff's Office, and the Ohio State Highway Patrol. I also want to thank Sarah Dutton, the principal of the school, Janice Cartwright, the secretary for the school, and Mark, Angie, and the entire custodial team for all their work. Thank you so much. We truly appreciate all your partnership. I also want to thank the American Red Cross and the Salvation Army for their contributions. They've generously provided water and snacks, which you can find in the lobby. Additionally, volunteer mental health clinicians from the Red Cross are available to provide emotional support for anyone attending this hearing. Finally, I want to extend the board's gratitude to our colleagues across the NTSB. The Office of Chief Financial Officer, the Office of Chief Information Officer, Office of General Counsel, Office of the Managing Director, Office of Railroad, Pipeline, and Hazardous Materials Investigations, Office of Research and Engineering, Office of Safety Recommendations and Communications, Office of Equal Employment Opportunity, Diversity and Inclusion, Office of Administrative Law Judges, Office of Aviation Safety, and the offices of Vice Chair Landsberg, members Graham and Chapman, as well as my team. Thank you all. Next, the hearing officer will share some reminders and describe the exhibits. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair Homendy. If you have not already done so, please silence your electronic devices. Please plan for a 15-minute morning break at 11:30 a.m. and a lunch break from 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. The 15-minute afternoon break will occur at about 4:45. Please be advised that these proceedings are being streamed live and video recorded. The video will be posted publicly to the NTSB YouTube channel following the hearing. Now let's discuss exhibits. Exhibits for this hearing include reports produced by NTSB investigative staff, videos, and other documents that have been submitted by the technical panel members, witnesses, and parties to support their testimony and questions you will hear over the next 2 days. The exhibits for this hearing are in 9 separate groups and can be identified by group and number. Group A are administrative exhibits and witness biographies used to pre-qualify the witnesses who will testify in this hearing. Group B are group chairman's factual reports. Group C are exhibits related to the first panel, which is on hazard communications and emergency responder preparedness for the initial emergency response. Group D are the exhibits related to panel 2, circumstances that led to the decision to vent and burn 5 vinyl chloride tank cars. Group E are the exhibits related to panel 3, wheel bearings and wayside defect detectors. Group F are the exhibits related to panel 4 for rail tank car safety. Group G are NTSB introduced interview transcripts. Group H are the party introduced exhibits. And finally, Group M is reserved for other miscellaneous exhibits. The NTSB is authorized by statute to disclose information to carry out its mission, but we protect confidentiality and proprietary information to the greatest extent possible. As such, the exhibits contain redactions. These are the result of negotiations between the parties and the NTSB regarding the disclosure of information claimed to be personally identifiable, security sensitive, or proprietary in nature. Though redacted, the exhibits do contain sufficient information so that members of the public can refer to them during the hearing and throughout the NTSB investigation. These exhibits are entered into the record, and any presentations, along with other recorded records of the investigation, become part of the NTSB public docket and are available via the NTSB website at ntsb.gov. The public docket did open this morning. Party spokespersons and witnesses have been provided electronic copies of the public docket containing the exhibits identified. The docket is located on the East Palestine investigation page, which you can access in one of two ways: by visiting ntsb.gov/East Palestine, or by going to our main ntsb.gov page. You'll find a link there. If you've joined us in person, you can scan the QR code on the back of the hearing agenda. On the investigative page, you will find the link to the public docket just above the map. A transcript of the testimony taken during the hearing will be prepared and entered into the docket as soon as possible. In addition, Mr. Allen will keep a list of any documents that are discussed during the hearing that are not currently exhibits in the NTSB public docket, and these documents will be submitted after the hearing and entered into the docket. Additionally, the parties will have the opportunity to submit proposed findings of facts, conclusions, and recommendations to the Board of Inquiry after the close of the hearing. Their submissions are also made public and added to the public docket and will receive careful consideration during the board's analysis of the evidence and preparation of the final report. We encourage the parties to make use of this opportunity. Please note that the submissions must be sent to the NTSB within 60 calendar days of the closing of the hearing by August 21st, 2023, and the parties must also provide copies to each of the other parties as well. Chair Hamady, that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shaw. And before I get into the next part, I do want to stress, it is going to be hot in here. There is no air conditioning. We cannot run the fans because then you couldn't hear the proceedings. So if you need to step out, and that includes the witnesses, I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable. If it's too hot, if you need a break, if you need some water, let us know. Please take that moment to step out, get some air. We want to make sure that everyone is safe and can participate today. So with that, I'll ask our investigator in charge, Ruben Payan, and hazardous materials accident investigator Paul Stansel to provide an overview of the derailment. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair Hamady and members of the Board of Inquiry. On February 3rd, 2003, about 8:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, eastbound Norfolk Southern Railway general merchandise freight train 32N derailed in East Palestine, Ohio. At the time of the accident, visibility conditions were dark and clear. The weather was 10 degrees Fahrenheit with no precipitation. The NTSB reviewed mechanical inspections and train operations for train 32N from where the train originated as part of the investigation. The train set was built at the Terminal Railroad Association yard in Madison, Illinois, where a mechanical inspection and air brake tests were performed by a railroad qualified mechanical inspector on February 1st. The train departed the Madison, Illinois yard on February 1st as eastbound general merchandise train 32N. Train 32N traveled to Decatur, Illinois, where it had 55 rail cars removed and 41 rail cars added to the train consist. The third locomotive was moved from the front of the train to mid-train as a distributive power unit locomotive. The 41 rail cars that were added received a mechanical inspection and air brake test by a railroad qualified mechanical inspector. The train was cleared to depart with no identified mechanical problems. On February 2nd, near Bement, Illinois, train 32N experienced brake pipe air pressure problems, which caused a 2-hour delay while the end of train device was replaced by mechanical personnel, and the train 32N was cleared to continue. Later that day, near Williamsport, Indiana, train 32N experienced a train line-induced emergency brake application due to a broken coupler knuckle on a non-hazardous material tank car. The broken knuckle was replaced by mechanical personnel, and the train was cleared to continue. On February 3rd, train 32N departed Peru, Indiana. The train consist remained unchanged with 2 locomotives at the head end, 149 rail cars, and a DPU locomotive mid-train. Train 32N continued to Toledo, Ohio with no reported problems. In Toledo, Ohio, train 32N departed with a new train engineer, conductor, and conductor trainee. At 8:53, as train 32N operated through the village of East Palestine, Ohio, the train crew received an audible critical alarm message over the locomotive radio for a hot bearing on axle 101 on the south rail. The 101st axle corresponded to the lead axle of the 23rd rail car behind the locomotives, which was hopper car GPLX 75465. The train engineer was in the process of stopping the train when a train line emergency brake application occurred. Following the emergency brake application, train event recorder data indicated the locomotives traveled an additional 1,368 feet before coming to a stop. Rail cars 1 through 22 remained behind the locomotives and stopped east of the derailment pileup. 38 rail cars were derailed and included rail cars 23 through 60. The rail cars came to rest about 400 feet east of the Pleasant Drive Highway Rail Grade Crossing in East Palestine, Ohio. 12 rail cars, cars 61 through 72, did not derail, but were damaged by the post-accident fire. The remaining 77 cars, cars 73 through 149, did not derail and stopped west of the derailment pileup. The investigation identified scrape markings along the top railhead of the south running rail at milepost 49.5, which is about 120 feet west of the Pleasant Drive Highway Rail Grade Crossing. This was determined to be the point of derailment. Wheel set 1 from hopper car GPLX 75465 was found adjacent to the car with the L1 journal burnt off and located just east of the derailment pileup. The burnt-off journal and bearing segments were located just west of the derailment pileup on the south side of Main Track 1. NS Train 32N went by 40 wayside defect detector locations between February 1st in Madison, Illinois, and February 3rd in East Palestine, Ohio. The 40 wayside defect detector locations consisted of 39 dragging equipment detectors, 10 hot wheel detectors, 1 T-bogey detector or truck bogey optical geometry inspection detector, 1 wheel impact load detector, and 39 hot bearing detectors. Post-accident interviews of the previous train crews did not identify any defect detector alarms for train 32N. In addition, data from the NS ATC desk also did not indicate any critical alerts for train 32N during the prior train movements. The NTSB investigation focused on the 3 hot bearing defect detectors that train 32N traversed approaching the point of derailment. The Sebring detector was located about 30 miles from the point of derailment at milepost 79.8. After train 32N traversed the Sebring detector, data indicated the L1 axle bearing temperature was 38 degrees and the R1 axle was 18 degrees, while the train was traveling at a maximum speed of 37 miles per hour over the detector. There was no alarm radio broadcast to the train crew, nor an alert sent to the ATC desk, since all wheel bearing temperatures were within tolerance. The Salem detector was located about 20 miles from the point of derailment at milepost 69.1. When train 32N traversed the Salem detector, data indicated the L1 axle bearing temperature was 103 degrees and the R1 axle bearing was 20 degrees, with the train traveling at a maximum speed of 25 miles per hour over the detector. There was no alarm radio broadcast to the train crew, but a non-critical alert was transmitted to the ATC desk as the L1 axle bearing was showing an increase in temperature from the previous defect detector location. The East Palestine detector was located about 0.3 of a mile from the point of derailment at milepost 49.8. When train 32N traversed the East Palestine detector, data indicated the L1 axle bearing temperature was 253 degrees and the R1 axle bearing was 20 degrees, with the train traveling at a maximum speed of 47 miles per hour over the detector. The detector broadcasted an audible alert over the radio to the train crew of the critical alarm as soon as the 23rd rail car traversed the detector field equipment. No data was transmitted to the ATC desk since the train stopped over the detector equipment, and the detector would not transmit the data until the entire train traversed and cleared the equipment. The NTSB investigation also collected additional sources of information that could help identify a point along the route of train 32N where indications of mechanical problems initiated. Following the accident, investigators were provided security videos from private homes and local businesses located along the railroad tracks. In addition, NTSB canvassed the area around the derailment site and worked back along the accident train route. Additional witnesses and video footage were identified and obtained. This is a compilation showing train 32N as it approached East Palestine on the night of the derailment. About 50 miles from the point of derailment, as train 32N traveled through Ravenna, Ohio, two video sources were identified. The first was at Spring Street, and the second one was near Prospect Street. The video footage indicated train 32N going by, but did not show any indications of mechanical problems. About 45 miles from the point of derailment, train 32N was next recorded as it went through Rootstown, Ohio, near Industry Road. Train 32N came into view through the trees, and a high-pitched squeal can be heard. The squeal increases in intensity for about 2 seconds, then is no longer heard again. About 40 miles from the point of derailment, train 32N was near Keystone Street in Alliance, Ohio. The train is visible, but did not show any indications of a mechanical problem. About 38 miles from the accident, train 32N was next recorded by several cameras as it went through Sebring, Ohio, near West California Avenue. A screenshot of train 32N came into view, but no indications of a mechanical problem can be seen. In Salem, Ohio, about 26 miles from the point of derailment, train 32N was recorded near West Wilson Street, and the glow of a fire is visible underneath the 23rd hopper car. (32N) is again recorded near Ellsworth Avenue, South Lincoln Avenue, and Snyder Road, showing a visible glow of a fire underneath the same rail car. As train 32N continued into Columbiana, Ohio, near Main Street, several locations captured the hopper car with a fire underneath the lead axle. A witness near South Vine Street also reported hearing an unusually loud metal scraping sound, but did not remember seeing a fire. In New Waterford, Ohio, train 32N was recorded with fire and sparks underneath the hopper car near Bull Creek Road and Boardman Street. In East Palestine, Ohio, train 32N was recorded at several locations near East Clark Street and North James Street. In the recordings, a distorted, high-pitched squealing sound is heard, then two loud bangs, train braking, and a bright flash. Following the train derailment at 8:54, the first 911 call to the East Palestino Police was received at 8:56. At 8:58, the first alarm to Station 24 went out to request all available fire and EMS personnel to respond to Pleasant and East Taggart Street for train derailment and fire. At about 9 p.m., the East Palestine Volunteer Fire Department arrived on scene. A second alarm to Station 24 went out at about 9:01, requesting all available fire and EMS to report to the station and respond to East Taggart and Alice Street. East Palestine Dispatch contacted the Norfolk Southern in Atlanta, Georgia at 9:04 to obtain information. Norfolk Southern took their information and instructed them that they would call back. At 9:07, the incident commander called dispatch from the scene to request a hazmat team and an engine and tanker from Springfield. At about 9:08, East Palestine Dispatch sent a request to Station 11 and Station 24 requesting all available personnel to respond. At 9:10, the director of the Columbiana County Emergency Management Agency received a cell phone call as the initial notification of the incident. At 9:15, the director of the Columbiana County EMA called the manager of Beaver County, Pennsylvania EMA to request hazmat mutual aid response. At 9:19, the train crew of 32N radioed the Norfolk Southern Railroad dispatcher and requested to cut the locomotives away from the train. The dispatcher approved the movement, and the locomotives were moved about 300 feet east of the train. At 9:24, the fire chief from the East Liverpool Fire Department Hazmat received the first notification of the activation. At 9:27, the train conductor, referencing his hazmat guidebook, learned the guidebook indicated they should be 1 mile away from the hazardous material, so the locomotives were moved east about 1 mile from their train. At 9:35, the Beaver County Emergency Services was notified and assistance requested. A full response was initiated from Beaver County Stations 11, 18, and 22. At about 9:45, the East Palestine Police Department began evacuating residential dwellings on Taggart Street and Clark Street that were close to the fire. At 10:23, the fire chief and East Liverpool Fire Department received an emailed train consist from the director of the Columbiana County EMA. At 10:34, Ohio State Patrol advised a 1 mile evacuation to be implemented. At about 11 p.m., Norfolk Southern hazmat personnel arrived on scene, and a railroad contractor arrived shortly thereafter. About midnight, fire suppression operations were suspended due to the hazmat lading of the tank cars and prescribed response procedure guidance being identified. The incident command post was also relocated to the East Palestine Fire Department. Mr. Stansel will now provide an overview of the hazardous materials investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Payan. Train 32N was a mixed freight train that included a total of 20 tank cars of hazardous materials as defined by Department of Transportation regulations, including 17 loaded tank cars with their quantities indicated on this slide, and 3 empty tank cars with residues. The derailment involved 11 of these 20 hazardous materials tank cars. 8 of the 11 derailed tank cars shown in this table released hazardous material commodities following the derailment. 3 DOT 111 tank cars carrying flammable and combustible materials, car numbers 36, 38, and 50, were initially breached by mechanical damage. All 5 DOT 105 vinyl chloride tank cars that were ultimately subjected to an explosives-induced vent and burn action 3 days after the derailment were not initially breached by the derailment damage. The following video further describes the release of hazardous materials and some key events that culminated in the incident command
conducting a vent and burn action on the 5 tank cars loaded with vinyl chloride monomer on February 6, 2023. The train was transporting hazardous materials in 17 loaded tank cars and in 3 empty tank cars with residue. 11 of the derailed tank cars contained hazardous materials, including 5 specification DOT 105 tank cars loaded with 115,580 gallons of stabilized vinyl chloride monomer, a liquefied compressed flammable gas. NTSB investigators determined the initial derailment damage included 1 breached DOT 111 tank car containing flammable liquid, butyl acrylate, and 2 breached DOT 111 tank cars containing combustible liquids, 2-ethyl hexyl acrylate, and ethylene glycol monobutyl ether. These released materials became involved in the post-derailment fire. The derailment also resulted in the breach of 6 tank cars containing non-hazardous liquids, including propylene glycol, diethylene glycol, and petroleum lubricating oil, which also ignited. Additionally, post-derailment fires burned 6 other derailed hopper cars carrying polyethylene plastic pellets and polyvinyl chloride granular plastic, as well as 3 boxcars carrying other non-hazardous freight. The 5 vinyl chloride tank cars were exposed to pool fire conditions in the derailment pileup. This led to their pressure relief devices venting pressure and reclosing after normal pressure was restored within the tank cars. This is part of the normal functioning of a tank car's thermal protection system. All vapor released through the pressure relief devices ignited, as is typical in most derailment scenarios involving flammable materials where sources of ignition are present. On the early evening of Saturday, February 4, 1 vinyl chloride tank car forcefully released burning vapor over a 70-minute period. This was the last time any of the vinyl chloride tank cars vented material through their pressure relief devices. By the morning of February 5, emergency responders had mitigated the fire, but the vinyl chloride tank cars continued to concern authorities because their pressure relief devices had stopped operating and the temperature had risen as measured on the tank car shell surfaces. Emergency response crews found valves and fittings were thermally damaged, making them unusable for unloading the tank cars. The incident commanders ultimately scheduled a controlled vent and burn of the 5 vinyl chloride tank cars, which they determined was their last available mitigation option to avoid the risk of catastrophic tank failures that could have propelled fractured tank parts into residential areas. To prepare for the vent and burn, incident commanders expanded the evacuation zone to a 1-mile by 2-mile area. Crews dug pits to contain released vinyl chloride liquid while it vaporized and burned. On Monday, February 6, about 4:37 p.m., incident commanders initiated the vent and burn operation with tank car breaching explosive charges. The released vinyl chloride burned throughout the night of February 6. Wreckage clearing began on Tuesday, February 7. Residual fires were extinguished by noon on February 8. Post-derailment damage examinations found all 3 DOT 111 tank cars that released flammable and combustible materials had sustained tank head punctures and cracks. One of these DOT 111 tank cars also released combustible liquid from a bottom outlet valve where the operating handle opened during the derailment sequence. Although the examinations found no evidence of derailment-related mechanical breaching damage to the 5 DOT 105 tank cars carrying vinyl chloride, post-derailment fire exposure melted away aluminum protective housing covers on 3 of the 5 tank cars. Aluminum debris contaminated the discharge ports of their pressure relief devices and covered loading and unloading valves. The NTSB Materials Laboratory confirmed samples of the debris consisted predominantly of aluminum. The aluminum hand wheels for unloading and loading on the valves of 4 of the 5 tank cars were also destroyed by heat exposure. All 5 vinyl chloride tank cars were each punctured in 2 locations during the vent and burn actions that were conducted 3 days after the derailment. This slide shows examples of damages to tank cars that were carrying hazardous materials. The left image shows a cracked and breached tank head of a DOT 111 tank car that was transporting combustible liquid. The center image shows a DOT 111 tank car with an open bottom outlet valve and operating handle. And the right image shows a top fittings protective housing missing its aluminum cover and containing metallic debris within the housing and pressure relief device. After initial on-scene examinations were completed, contractors removed the pressure plate assemblies from the 5 vinyl chloride tank cars in preparation for further detailed examinations. Oxyvinyls, the vinyl chloride shipper, collected 12 samples of residues from internal tank components for analysis in a search for evidence whether the vinyl chloride monomer polymerized within the tank car to create a hazardous overpressure condition. Oxyvinyls employed the procedures listed here to compare the analytes to known data for polyvinyl chloride, or PVC, and found no evidence that PVC was present in any of the samples. NTSB investigators examined the pressure relief devices and angle valves to document their condition and determine if they still functioned in the as-received condition and to what level. The examination found no evidence of polymerized material or other foreign matter obstructing the pressure relief devices, the valves, or their internal components. O-rings for 3 pressure relief devices were heat damaged such that they leaked pressurized air below the rated start to discharge pressures. Valve and pressure relief device components of 1 tank car were destroyed and partially consumed in the fire. The pressure relief device components, including the valve stem and guide, were severely corroded. 1 pressure relief device valve was stuck in the closed position, and the device did not actuate significantly above its rated start to discharge pressure. The NTSB Materials Laboratory examined the disassembled components, finding the valve stem top guide inner diameter and valve stem itself were coated with layers of soot and burn deposits. Chair Hamady, this concludes our presentation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Payan, and thank you, Mr. Stansel, for excellent presentations, very thorough. I'll now call on the hearing officer to introduce the first technical panel and swear in the witnesses. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair Hamady. Chair Hamady, the first panel will address the hazard communications and emergency responder preparedness for the initial emergency response. The panel will address the timeline of events, hazard communications, and emergency responder preparedness and training. Witnesses for panel 1 are composed of the following individuals: Scott Deutsch, Norfolk Southern; Dan Howder, East Palestine Police Department; Keith Drabick, East Palestine Fire Department; William Jones, East Liverpool Fire Department; Eric Brewer, Beaver County Emergency Services; and Dan Swords, Ohio Division of Emergency Medical Services. The NTSB Tech Panel is composed of Troy Lloyd, the panel chair; Ruben Payan, investigator in charge for the East Palestine investigation; Mark Doherty; and Cindy Lake. I would now like to ask the witnesses to please stand to be sworn in. Raise your right hand and please answer by saying, "I do." Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. As a reminder, you can sit down. As a reminder, all witnesses will remain under oath until the conclusion of the hearing. Chair Hamandi, these witnesses have been pre-qualified and their respective experience and qualifications appear in the docket as exhibits in Group A. As a reminder to the witnesses, please push the microphone button to talk and then push it again when you're finished. And also please answer the questions factually and avoid analysis. I now turn the questioning over to Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Good morning, everyone. My name is Troy Lloyd, and I am the chairperson for Panel 1, Hazard Communications and Emergency Responder Preparedness for the Initial Emergency Response. Before this panel starts the round of questions, I understand that Mr. Deutsch and Chief Dravik have opening statements. Mr. Deutsch, please provide your opening statement.
Good morning. My name is Scott Deutsch, and I've been a Regional Hazardous Materials Manager for Norfolk Southern since October 2015. Before that, I was a first responder with the County Emergency Services Agency and have served in public safety for 40 years with 22 years experience in the chemical industry. Every day I work alongside my Norfolk Southern colleagues to ensure hazardous materials compliance, facilitate first responder training, and improve our emergency preparedness response efforts. I want to begin by expressing my regrets to the residents of East Palestine and the surrounding communities. Shortly after the derailment, Norfolk Southern personnel were deployed to the scene and have been on site ever since. We responded swiftly. Within approximately an hour of the derailment, our folks were on the site and providing the incident commander critical information to assist with the response. I received a call from my supervisor within minutes of the derailment and immediately left my home for East Palestine. While en route, I deployed our trusted hazardous materials contractors and was in communication with the incident command to provide constant information to help the incident commander direct the first responders to other relevant resources that they and we could do our jobs and help to ensure the safety of the community. Norfolk Southern, along with everyone involved in responding to the incident, focused on preserving the health and safety of the community and first responders. As a former Assistant Chief of Operations and Training for public emergency service agencies, I understand the risks our first responders face. This is why shortly after I arrived at the scene of the derailment in East Palestine, I asked the incident commander overseeing first responder efforts to pull back first responders who face significant danger from numerous rail cars that could have been discharging flammable material or other chemicals without warning in an environment with an ignition source already present. For example, vinyl chloride is an extremely flammable compound, and the tank cars were engulfed in pool fires. With first responders, some of whom were in aerial baskets near the fire, there was a potential for significant loss of life. I am grateful to the incident commander for his leadership in keeping the first responders safe. Like everyone else involved in responding to the derailment, Norfolk Southern and its contractors were forced to react rapidly and thoughtfully based on the circumstances unfolding rapidly at the scene. We had to provide advice to decision makers, drawing on the technical information and resources available and our combined decades of emergency response training and experience. The advice of Norfolk Southern and its contractors to the Unified Command on these tank cars represented our best effort to weigh the risk we saw in front of us and make recommendations accordingly. From the night of the accident through the end of the immediate incident response, we consistently shared our observations and concerns with the incident commander and Unified Command and followed prevailing guidance. We are grateful for the leadership of Fire Chief Dravik, Governor DeWine, Governor Shapiro, Mayor Trent Conaway, Columbia County EMA Director Peggy Clark, and the courage and heroism of first responders from East Palestine and the surrounding communities. At this time, I'm glad to answer any questions the board has about this incident.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Chief Dravick, please provide your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Good morning. I am East Palestine Fire Chief Keith Dravick. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to participate in this proceeding and begin with the statement. I am sure I speak for all of us in the room and in East Palestine when I say that none of us would prefer to be here today. The train derailment has, quite frankly, changed East Palestine forever. It has disrupted lives, impacted businesses, and created uncertainty. Thankfully, no one was killed and the damage to property was minimal. For that miracle, I am grateful to my fellow East Palestine Fire Department members, all of whom are volunteers, to the East Palestine Police Chief James Brown and his officers, to our village's other first responders, and to the first responders from many other departments in our region who came to our aid. Your training, professionalism, and commitment to saving lives shone through, and you are an honor to your professions. Thanks also goes to the collective local, state, and federal incident response team for their extraordinary effort during those chaotic days and nights in February. I was the incident commander, but I can assure you that with the combined expertise at our command center, my role was more of a coordinator. If not for the collective judgment of the men and women on that team, we would be having a very different discussion today and about a very different outcome. The reason that the incident response team was able to produce the results it did for the people of East Palestine is because of one word: consensus. On decisions both big and small, the team pulled together, shared their expertise, knowledge, and training, reached a conclusion, and then went forward together. Even on a decision as challenging as the decision to vent and burn, it was a team decision. Everyone from our governor, Mike DeWine, to local officials contributed their voices to that discussion, and in the end, the decision to vent and burn was agreed to without dissent as the least bad option, as the only option for avoiding a much more severe explosion, fire, and far-reaching contamination. East Palestine will be living with the impact of the derailment for many years to come. Questions about health, water, property values, and the continued economic viability of our beautiful village will remain. While these proceedings and the NTSB's work do not directly relate to some of those questions, it is my hope that through this process, some questions can be answered. And with those answers, it is my hope that our collective focus can move forward and our energies can be applied to working together to solve other challenges. I appreciate the NTSB for taking the rare step of conducting its hearing here in East Palestine, and that the village has been afforded the status of an official party to the proceedings today. I look forward to the information that will be gathered and the testimony that will be presented. I look forward, as well all do, to the NTSB's final report and its findings. The residents of East Palestine want to know how this happened, how and when it will be fixed, and what actions will be taken so that it never happens again. In East Palestine and every other community. I hope that today's hearing will provide us with additional information needed for us to learn, process, heal, rise, and grow stronger. Thank you, Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Chief. Panel 1 will now begin the round of questions to the witnesses. I will now hand it off to Ms. Lake to start the panel questions. Ms. Lake?
Thank you. I'd like to start with Detective Howder. As the first responder to arrive on scene for the initial dispatch of an explosion, can you tell me when you first realized a train was involved and what your response actions were from that point forward?
When I first arrived on scene, the call initially came in as an explosion behind leak oil in downtown East Palestine. We realized that that was not accurate, and then when we located where the train had derailed and the fire was actually at leak oil on the other end of East Palestine. When we arrived there, it was fully engulfed. It was burning hot and angry. And at that point in time, we notified our dispatch to advise the fire department that whatever was on fire behind that leak oil was fully engulfed.
At what point did you think there may be hazardous materials involved?
It's always a concern. when you have a train, it obviously where the derailment occurred, where the train was located, the time of night, it was dark, the fire. There was no possible way to determine what was, on fire and what cars were derailed. So obviously that's a concern. I personally did not know that there was any hazardous material chemicals. I assumed when the initial 1 mile evacuation was ordered that involved chemicals. Obviously, that's not going to be for a fire. It's not going to be for an explosion. That's going to be for chemicals. So I assumed it wasn't until late that night, early next morning, that I did learn myself that there was actually, what was contained on those cars.
And what actions did you take when you realized that there was a train involved with the explosion? Did you seek out any personnel from the train at that point?
Correct. When we first realized that there was a train, attempted to find the engine car, so I could, determine what was actually on those cars. Obviously, the fire department was arriving on scene. I sent an officer to the west side of town. I attempted to locate the engine on the other side of the tracks.
And you had mentioned previously that you initiated that first evacuation of residents. Can you tell us how you implemented that, why, and how that was communicated?
Correct. The tracks are paralleled by East Clark and Taggart Street. After the fire department arrived on scene, there was some time had passed. At one point, I noticed that the fire was spreading on the cars. It was starting to spread west. The cars were starting to pop off on fire. And I radioed one of our patrolmen, and I said, we need to discuss getting the residents out of East Taggart and Clark streets. Their backyards line those tracks, so that, that fire, if those cars continue to catch fire, that we would be able to get them out of their residences. And then we had Columbiana Police Department and we had the State Highway Patrol arrive to assist us on those two streets. I assigned 2 of our officers to Taggart Street. I had radioed our dispatcher to call out additional of our personnel. And then I brought some of our personnel with me on Clark Street, and we started going door to door to evacuate those 2 streets at that particular time.
And was this also communicated through the incident command on scene?
As far as did I communicate it with them?
Yes, that the evacuation was occurring.
My personal radio that I had, I was unable to communicate with the fire department. I do not know if they were aware we were doing that at that time or not. I don't know if they could monitor that or dispatch relayed that to them. That I am unaware of.
And can you tell me what kind of training have you had in the past, and how has that training prepared you for this type of event?
I spent 20 years with the Special Weapons and Tactics, the SWAT team in this county. I've been on the job 30 years. I've had extensive trainings in, various, areas of law enforcement. However, I don't think one specific training would actually cover an immediate evacuation of, which ultimately became, a 1 mile radius of a town. I think that just comes with, common sense, experience, and just being able to react on the fly.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Ms. Lake. Chief Jones, I understand your hazmat team was dispatched as mutual aid to this accident. Can you tell us your initial response actions, including how you obtained information about the hazardous materials that were involved?
Yes, sir. We were in contact at 2124. My officer in charge of the day called me because that was my off hours. So we usually respond with a two-person rapid response team just to gather as much information as we can before our full hazmat team arrives, because it takes them a little bit longer with the larger trucks.
According to the information that you had on the initial response, were the firefighters on scene equipped with the appropriate protective clothing and gear per the emergency response guide?
That is correct. They were in full firefighting PPE.
Okay, thank you. Chief Brewer, same question. I understand your hazmat team was dispatched as mutual aid as well. Can you tell me your initial response actions, including how you became aware of the details of the train consist?
Sure. We were notified by Columbia County EMA to assist them with the hazmat incident, actually the train derailment, and we were requested with our foam units, which we bring to the scene. We were not a first response, if you will. We got there at 10:30, so well after the incident. Again, we were just basically mutual aid to assist East Liverpool in their hazmat.
So a combined hazmat team effort between East Liverpool and Beaver County?
Correct.
Okay. So according to the information that you received on the initial response, were the firefighters on scene equipped with the appropriate PPE according to the emergency response guide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll now hand it off to Mr. Doherty.
Thank you. Question is for Mr. Deutsch. Can you tell us when you received the train consist after the initial notification of the derailment? What did you do with the information?
When I received the call from my supervisor, I already have a go bag and everything ready to go. I got in my vehicle. He emailed me the consist. I had the consist at that time. I started driving towards the scene. I received a call from Director Clark. I pulled over. I then emailed her after talking to her the consist so she would have it at the scene. And then she had that information. That was probably 10, 15 minutes into my trip to East Palestine.
Okay, thank you. So can you tell us what your actions were when you arrived at the derailment, and what is your standard protocol for such incidents?
So when I received the call from my supervisor, I notified my contractors first. I base that on the closest contractor to the incident and their qualifications and their abilities. This particular incident, I notified SPSI because they have industrial firefighters. I was informed there was a large fire. They also have NS's foam trailer. So I needed the equipment that they have. I requested our foam trailer and firefighting equipment, and to send a representative out ahead of all of that equipment as other resources are deployed. I then called EnviroServe and HEPACO and other contractors the railroad use that are in the nearby area in Ohio and right across the border. Their supervisor lives in Beaver, and they were to handle any type of runoff that was going to come off of the actual firefighting or the scene of the derailment. They were staged outside the area due to the fires until I could get on scene to deploy them.
Thank you. And was command and control clearly established when you arrived on scene? And can you also describe your coordination with the incident command structure?
When I arrived on scene, one of our sentinels from mechanical was already on scene, working with the incident commander with consist information. I believe our transportation supervisor was on scene also. I called them, find out what their location was, which was by Lake Oil. I met up with them at that command post. There were several different firefighters right around there. Then I went to size up the scene from there.
Okay, and with that, want to talk about your interview a little bit. Your interview with the NTSB, you told us that when you arrived on scene and assessed the ongoing response involving the hazardous materials, and you advised the firefighters to pull back. Can you expand on that and how that communication was disseminated to the rest of the scene?
Yes. When I got on scene, I met with Incident Command and our people. I then wanted to do an assessment of the scene, what was going on at the actual scene. So I stayed at a decent distance away from the fires. I took one of the firefighters there, I believe is a lieutenant or a captain, that had a radio so we can communicate back if I saw something happening that I didn't like, that he could tell command right away. We then headed down towards Pleasant in that direction. As I checked out the scene, I saw individuals in aerial platforms over the fire, spraying water on the cars and stuff. It was about 7 degrees that I remember at that time. I had concerns with that on getting them out of those aerial platforms, because if they had to come down the ladders, if they froze in place, I've operated aerials that have done that in cold weather, so I had a concern with that. I saw the pool fire that the cars were in. I did not see any pressure fires yet, so I knew I still had just a pool fire and the cars were heating up. However, the amount of time it takes me to drive from my residence to this location was about an hour and a half or so, or 40 minutes, an hour and 40 minutes, somewhere around there. So any thermal protection on those cars is rated for 100 minutes. So we were getting past that time frame. So with the large pool fire, the ditch fire that I saw going along the tracks, I wanted everybody out of there. My concern was the pressure relief valves on any of the tank cars opening up and spraying those firefighters, especially the ones in aerials, because you would not be able to get away. That was my big concern.
Thank you. So just a follow-up question regarding the train consist. Can you tell me who Norfolk Southern sent the train consist to besides Columbia County EMA?
The transportation supervisor and the mechanical person on scene that I met had the train consist and was showing people the train consist at that command post, and then I emailed it to Peggy. I'm not aware if anybody else got it or requested it from our dispatch center in Atlanta, because they can also request it that way from like a 911 center. I don't know if that was done or not.
Great, thank you. My last question. Can you tell me about the conversation leading up to the 1 mile evacuation for the residents that followed?
When I was en route, I talked to Director Clark, and she had the ERG information. They had a placard with the vinyl chloride car and asked me what I thought of the 1 mile evacuation in the ERG. I said, that's the guidance. I would follow the guidance that the ERG says.
Okay, thank you. Pass the questioning off to Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Chief Drabick, please describe your fire department's preparedness for a train derailment with hazardous materials in your community prior to this accident.
I don't think you can ever really be prepared for something like this. Members had done training. We have minimum requirements that are governed by the state that all of my members meet. We have several months prior to this did do a mock tabletop drill in East Liverpool under the direction of the EMA and East Liverpool's hazmat team on a train derailment in that area. My people are hazmat certified to a minimum the awareness level. More than half are operations, and a portion are hazmat techs, as myself.
Thank you. What preparedness activities have occurred since the accident, such as additional training with NS or additional fire department training?
There has been a lot more training since the derailment. It's never good to be reactive, but sometimes you have to be. Taken advantage of several classes provided by Norfolk Southern and have several other classes scheduled in the near future, including September and October. We have access to the AskRail app now to get the consensus quicker. We've taken advantage of classes they've had in Bellevue and other areas as well with all the members.
So what additional training is needed at your fire department to hold the positions as a deputy fire chief or assistant fire chief? Is it more advanced training level once you start going up that ladder?
Yes, there should be more training and more advanced training. I've only been here since February of 22. Changing those protocols, procedures, job descriptions has been part of what I've been doing since I arrived. Additional NIMS classes, additional hazmat classes. I've had my senior officers participate in all of those since my arrival here.
Thank you. Please describe your department's familiarization and training efforts in utilizing response applications such as Ask Rail, DOT's Emergency Response Guide, and other response applications such as Wiser and Cameo. And if you do have those applications, is your apparatus equipped to obtain that information through some type of mobile data terminal?
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Yes, all of our apparatus are equipped with iPads that have the ability to access the mobile ERG, Wiser. We do not have Cameo on those. We now have Ask Rail. When I arrived at the department, we did not have access to that. I only received that after the fact. But everybody is trained to how to use the ERG and properly be able to recognize that and access the Wiser and use Wiser.
Was a hot wash conducted? And if so, was PPE addressed as being appropriate for this accident? And also describe any lessons learned that you've obtained from this accident.
Yeah, a hot wash was done with the senior officers initially within the preceding days, and then with our department and members of other mutual aid departments. PPE was, according to the ERG, sufficient for what we had, and the ERG is the standard that we and everybody else in the nation goes by. And the next part of your question again, sir?
Yeah, any lessons learned as being that incident commander on this accident? Anything you can bring to the board in this panel?
Lots of lessons learned. Never have enough training, and you never have enough manpower. The majority of the fire departments in this country operate as volunteer fire departments. Men and women working full-time jobs elsewhere, sacrificing their time coming in the evenings or days if they're off. That's detrimental to the country. I applaud them. I've been a volunteer firefighter for almost 40 years myself. Standards need to change in the country. Standards need to change in our village. Having that fire protection, minimum standards of 4 people through the NFPA, that needs to change to protect our communities, not just East Palestine, not just the other local communities, but every community in this country needs to have that emergency services, both fire, police, and EMS, available to them. And, training needs to be given. There needs to be more availability for training. We have, as I said, a large volunteer population. It's hard for those guys to go take classes during the day. Weekend, evening classes need to be offered, and that's not the norm. That needs to change. Additional manpower, additional funding from the federal government needs to be given to support this application.
Thank you. Chief Dan Swords, please describe the state of Ohio code on firefighter training hours and certifications.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lloyd. So for volunteer firefighters, there's actually a statute that limits the total amount of training to 36 hours maximum. As a result of that, with that time limit there's not an ability to incorporate all of the requirements in NFPA 1001, which is the standard for training for firefighters. In the Firefighter 1 program, the training hours are significantly more in that there's 132 hours of firefighter-specific related training. And there's also at least 24 hours of hazardous materials training. The volunteer firefighter course does not include any hazardous materials training or any type of IDLH training, including live fire.
So the volunteer 36 hours versus career is, what, 200 hours? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So for the volunteer firefighter certification, advanced training such as hazmat response, additional incident command courses, things of that nature, how is that developed? Is that a local development through that fire chief, or is that through the state?
Yes, sir. It's a local issue. The initial certification training, again, does not include the hazmat. Once they're certified, it's upon the chief of that department to provide the additional training for those individuals.
All right, thank you. I'll now hand it off to Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. The next set of questions again from Mr. Deutsch. Can you detail Norfolk Southern's protocol for the relay of constant information to first responders in the event of a derailment?
First, we'll start with the train crew. The train crew is trained to hand off any first responder, the consist off to the first responders. They can look at it, they can make copies of it. They have the ability to email it to them. If they have an iPhone, they have the ability to Dropbox it to them right at the scene. Their protocol is to, if they see fire or a large vapor cloud, to remove theirself and the locomotive from the scene and go to a safe location. That information can be obtained at that location. A 911 center could call and get consist information from our police communication center in Atlanta. The way we did it for this incident, where I get it as soon as the derailment happens, somebody emails it to me, I can send it to the first responders if I'm contacted by the first responders. One of the quickest ways to get the consist information is the Ask Rail app that all the Class 1 railroads paid into to develop this app. If I was the officer in charge, I'd be able to get right out of the engine. I need one car number from that train, punch it in the Ask Rail app, and I would have the consist by hitting the top right corner. It says View Train. It gives you the consist for the whole train. Anything that's hazmat is in red, and you can determine by looking right and left of upright cars and know every car that's in that derailment. That would tell you how many are hazmat, how many are non-haz, what type of cars they are.
And so can you tell me what the accuracy is of the Ask Rail app?
I've always found it to be matching our consist. I don't know of any deviation from that.
Right. So there's, my understanding is a lot of first responders do not have the Ask Rail app, which I'm sure that this is going to change that. In the event that the Ask Rail app is not available, what is the best method for responders to gain access to that train, to the train consist on scene?
I would go with the app first. If the app didn't work, I believe their dispatch center can call NS, and then they would be able to get that consist emailed right to the dispatch center, who could then send it out to the field, to the command post, or actually use it in the 911 center and give that information over the radio to the incident commander, however they wanted to do that. They can, if they didn't have the numbers or didn't have that built in their system, the FRA has a grade crossing app. You can use that app. It tells you whose rail that is. When you hit the little crossbuck, it'll tell you right on there that it's NS or whoever it is. And it has our phone number right there to our police communication center. So you can call that number and get the information about the consist sent to you also.
So do you know if the train crew interacted with first responders in this incident at all?
I do not have any information on that.
So in the event that the train crew sees a fire and they disconnect, what is their protocol after they disconnect?
They'll disconnect, they'll go to a safe location. In this case, they went a mile away based on the ERG that they were using. And they will wait there for transportation supervision or first responders.
Okay. So the train crew does not necessarily seek out the first responders to hand the train consist. It's the first responders that need to come to the train crew in order to gain the consist information. Is that correct?
They have to stay with that locomotive and stay at that location.
I think the issue is there's a lot of the times train derailments happen in a very remote location, and the AskRail app isn't always going to be there. Communication's not always going to be there, so we can't rely on the AskRail app. So I think that there has to be another way on site. If the emergency responders don't know to seek out the train crew to gain that consist information, it's imperative that that information needs to get to the first responders as soon as possible, not via communication application, but as a quicker method, which I think is really paper in hand in this incident.
Yeah, so Norfolk Southern trains around 4,000 to 5,000 first responders a year with our safety train, in-house station training. During that training, we go over a hazard communication section. In that section, we go over how you can get the train consist from the crew, different ways that I explained earlier, how they can Dropbox it, email it to the crew from that device if they go to the train crew. If they can't go to the train crew, if they have in their CAD system, this is NS's rail, they can call our police communication number and they would be able to give them the consist as soon as they called that number.
Thank you. So my next question, the final derailment resting place was a familiar accordion style layout, which is typical of many derailments. It's also been computer modeled, conducted by the DOT. Can you explain how Norfolk Southern, the first responders, and the response contractors identified the hazmat cars and matched it against the train consist to properly assess and respond?
So due to the heavy fires and that, a lot of the cars were damaged. There was drone footage from Columbiana County, and we used that drone footage to help identify some of the cars. When I got on scene, I was told the derailment was between certain cars, and I knew that what hazmat cars were in that block of cars. And that's what I saw, all accordioned in that pool fire. You can identify them if there's no markings on the car. If you can identify the silhouette of the car, you can identify a pressure car, a non-haz car, and we teach that in our training. So when we go outside from our classroom session, we start right off with doing identification of rail cars, and we have no placards on the rail cars, we have nothing. And you have to answer, we ask you questions, what type of car is that, what type of car is that? And then we go over, that's a pressure car, good chance flammable gas. If it's this size car, like the 105 is a smaller gas car, we go over what it could potentially have in it. You know, chlorine, poison inhalation hazards, things like that. We do all of that in the training with no placards, no nothing. So if I got on scene, I didn't have any of that information. I got a general service car. It could have some type of flammable liquid in it, or it may just be corn syrup. So we teach them to identify that if they have no other information, just by seeing that visually. And then we get into all the other placards and identification on the actual cars.
Are you able to give a rough estimate on how long after the derailment occurred that NS and its contractors were able to identify all of the hazardous materials located on the train?
I don't have an exact time frame of when that occurred. I knew what block of cars were derailed by the cars that were still upright, and that they were in there. The exact location of each one, I couldn't tell you that right now without researching it.
So moving on, I'd like to talk a little bit about training and what kind of training does Norfolk Southern provide to first responders to help prepare for an incident like East Palestine, a train derailment, or any hazardous materials incident?
Norfolk Southern has a pretty in-depth training program, starting with us training 4,000 to 5,000 people a year. We came out in 2016 with our safety train. It has a DOT 117 car. It has a 105. It has the 112. We have flat cars. We have box cars that are classrooms. So we do an audiovisual program first. Then we go out on the flat cars. We describe all the different protective housings on the flat cars. We also have the ability, if we have hazmat teams and other teams, to practice putting the different kits on the cars to stop leaks. We do the silhouette, the walkthrough of the tank cars. We explain everything about the tank car. Its thickness of metal, why it's this way, thermal protection, insulation, and we have a locomotive. We go over locomotive fires, and then everybody goes inside to see it. We also discuss if one of our workers was sick, how would you get them out of the locomotive? We discuss that training on how to remove them safely. In our presentations, we do everything from all the different cars that are on the railroad identifications. We talk about hazardous communications, how to read a consist. We have an entire module on the Ask Rail app, how to get it from the App Store, how to load it on your phone, and how to use it and the different features that it provides. We go through all of that. We also do tabletop exercises, which helps you design, practice setting up a large command structure that you normally aren't used to for just a basic house fire. The tabletop that we had in October was the practice set, setting up, an ops table, logistics, planning section, unified command, working with the railroads, working with all the other entities in your county, what you might have to do in a big incident. That's what the tabletop focuses on. We also do full-scale exercises where I set the train up and I make different things leak. I have smoke machines, and the hazmat team and the fire department go through that evolution. There's a very large one planned in October in Pennsylvania that's going to use 2 different counties, and we're going to do a tabletop at one of the OCs, and we're going to do a live drill at the train that matches the tabletop. So we do a lot of training in the 22 states that we operate. It's just a matter of moving the train to each location in time frame, so many a month.
Great, thank you. So I'd like to talk a little bit more about the Ask Rail app since it's a highlight. Can you explain the Ask Rail application and its purpose?
So the Ask Rail app was developed to get consist information as soon as possible to first responders. Like I explained a little bit earlier, if you have that app and you're the officer in charge on the engine, the first arriving engine, right away you'll know what you're dealing with, as long as you have cell service, okay? That's everything we do nowadays, as long as you have cell service. If you have that app and you have it up, you're able to punch in the one car number to start the process. It'll give you information on that one car. If you hit view train, it'll then give you information on the entire train and all the cars in a consist. On that consist, you can hit, if it's red, it's a hazmat. So when you hit that particular car, it'll pop up that car's description. It'll tell you what type of car it is. It'll have a placard. If you hit that placard, it'll ask you if you want an isolation distance or an ERG guide. You hit the ERG guide, and it tells you all your protective actions, what to do if it's on fire, what to do if it's a spill. It matches the ERG. It's even the same color pages. Then it has, if you want to do isolation distances, it asks you certain questions, if it's on fire, if it's a large spill, if it's at night. And then when you hit that, it'll give you your actual isolation zone. If you're at your command post, you can actually then touch the screen, slide that zone to where the actual derailment is so that you're in a safe location doing this, bring it down to the derailment site. Then as the incident commander, that would already start telling you what streets you might have to block off, stop access into that area around that zone. And it has all the railroad's phone numbers in. It has additional information, the field guide to tank cars, information is in there. You can get all that information inside that app also.
And so can you explain how someone or first responders or who is the Ask Rail app available to, and how someone can get the Ask Rail app and sign up for the application?
So to sign up for the app, you would just go to the App Store and download it to your phone. You will fill out the information or request your supervisor, your chief or lieutenant, whoever's above you as a firefighter or a police officer or EMS. And that information, you put their email address in, and when you fill out the entire process, that will come to us and we will view it. And as long as you're a first responder, it's verified you're a first responder, then we approve it, and then you have access. It'll send you a message that you have been granted access.
So just to be clear, the application is available to first responders, not available to the public, correct?
Correct. It's vetted based on, because it's security sensitive information that we're giving out on that app. And it's to be used for first responders. It is monitored, and we get a readout every morning at 6:30 in the morning of the active users that actually ran cars.
Thank you for that. And that concludes my questions. I will turn it over to Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. A question to both Chief Jones and Brewer, but I'll start with Chief Jones first. Please describe your department's familiarization and training efforts in using response applications such as Ask Rail, DOT's Emergency Response Guide, other applications such as Wiser or Cameo as the responding hazmat agencies. How do you guys use that stuff, and what's your familiarization with it?
Yes, our department, as the hazmat team, we use all those apps that you've mentioned. Plus our firefighters go out to the CERTSI training center in Pueblo they were out there for crude oil training and highway emergency response training. We do, like I said, use Cameo. It's on our MDTs along with Ask Rail, ERG, and Wiser. We train on those periodically, maybe once every 6-month period. We go through scenarios where they have to train on those. Ask Rail does have a section that you can use for training and not have to go live with it.
Any problems with using those applications? Technical issues, other hazmat calls on trying to obtain information?
Yeah, we have not had any complications or problems using those apps when we've needed them.
Okay. Yeah, same question, Chief Brewer. Your familiarization with the response applications, Ask Rail, DOT's Guide, Wiser, Cameo, things of that nature?
Similar to the chief's answers. Again, we send our guys, our team out to Pueblo. We partner with industrial companies in the county. We've been through the safety train, Norfolk Southern safety train training, EPA training, National Fire Academy. We train above and beyond the standards set forth by PEMA, Pennsylvania Emergency Management, who certifies hazardous materials teams in the Commonwealth. As far as the apps, we do use the Cameos, the Wiser. Well, we used to use Wiser, which is now not being updated. Ask Rail. Unfortunate to have I guess a combination department, because our full-time county employees are also on the hazmat team. And on their devices, they all have all of the apps. And we also bring a command post with us which also has all the research material on it too.
So Chief Drabig provided some good details on the lessons learned that he gave the board in this panel. With the responding hazmat agencies, what lessons learned have you guys obtained, and how was that pushed to your department? Go ahead, Chief Jones. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, after every incident, we always have a hot wash to discuss what went right and what went wrong. And yes, we learned we needed better maps of areas that we're going into, especially that evening. From some of the other first responders we talked to, we thought the water was going towards State Line Lake, which in fact it was going the opposite direction. So we need to have updated maps, better GIS capabilities in our department.
Yeah, same question, Chief Brewer. Your hazmat teams, lessons learned that you obtained, and what did you go back to your department and additional training, things of that nature?
Yeah, I think, again, as both chiefs said, training is probably the biggest thing that we looked upon. We do an after-action report also of our team's response to the assistance of East Palestine, and training is probably the biggest one. Equipment, what other equipment do we need or would we need for incidents like this? However, this was a big incident. Whatever we had wasn't enough, and whatever East Liverpool had was probably not enough. So mutual aid, relationships with other teams throughout the region is big also.
Thank you. Chief Drabik, does Columbiana County have standard operating guidelines or procedures or some type of memorandum of understanding for the out-of-county emergency response agencies?
Yeah, there's MOUs in place for that through the EMA.
Do these outside responding jurisdictions have the capabilities of communicating with your fire department units or emergency response centers, such as radio interoperability?
Some do, some don't. Communications is a ginormous issue in this county. There are several PSAPs. There's not one centrally located 911 center. There's not one centrally utilized frequency in the county, or in the neighboring counties for that matter. So communication is always an issue for us. Our dispatch center, for example, has one dispatcher on at any given time. That's it. So an incident like this, they were being overwhelmed with radio traffic, phone calls, trying to make phone calls, receive phone calls, get other assets in place. Our dispatch center dispatches 3 fire departments and 2 police departments. So something of this magnitude is overwhelming to them, and they rapidly got more workers in there to help. But communication is a big issue. A centralized 911 center would be a great step forward to solving the communication problem.
So describe with the radio interoperability problems, how does that affect a major accident like you just had in East Palestine?
It's a ginormous problem. As I believe Scott was discussing when he arrived, there were several fire chiefs standing in one location. Part of that was to overcome communication issues, being able to communicate with different counties, different entities, different states, all running on different radio frequencies. And our area is not the best for communications as far as repeaters or being able to access frequencies. So it's a struggle. It's a big struggle.
So does the county have any capabilities to do any type of patch-in capabilities, at least for the first alarm assignments, such through their dispatch center, any way to patch in the outside jurisdictions?
Not that I'm aware of for our dispatch center. We don't have that capability. Some of the other dispatch centers may have that, like the Sheriff's Department dispatch center that dispatches the majority of Columbiana, or the big portion of it. but we do not have that capability. We have different frequencies in our radio for our commonly used mutual aid departments that we can speak with them. But as an overall communication, no.
Thank you. Chief Dan Swords. Again, Chief Draby described some needed changes in the way we're training firefighters in the state of Ohio. What would it take to increase that volunteer firefighter to meet that minimum NFPA consensus standard?
As I stated before, it's in statute, so there would need to be a legislative change to potentially increase the amount of hours, or at least not make it a maximum of 36, maybe make it a minimum. But there has to be some sort of change legislatively before we can move forward with any other training that can be provided to volunteer firefighters for their initial certification.
Thank you. Mr. Deutsch, referring back to the tabletop exercise that you did, who all attended that training? Was it multiple fire departments throughout the area?
Yeah, it was the fire departments in that section of Columbiana County. They attended. The hazmat team, the Chief Jones runs, they were there. That was the individuals, the individual departments, I believe, that were there. I don't know each name of them, but it was that half of the county.
Right. So was it well attended according to other training scenarios you had in other jurisdictions?
Yeah, I thought it was. We got to go through the incident. We got to set up the different sections. We reviewed it. Everybody got to go around the room and say what they learned, any takeaways they had from it. I thought it was a very good training for everybody.
That's all I have, Mr. Doherty. Ms. Lake, any questions?
No further.
I just have one follow-up question for Mr. Deutsch regarding Norfolk Southern's HM1 guidebook. There was a new revision that was released in April of 2023, which was released after the East Palestine derailment. Was there any revisions to that guidebook as a result of East Palestine? And if so, could you explain?
No, the revision actually should have come out a year sooner, but it was delayed because of COVID. The revision was for the special permits for DP units and some position and train charts. Nothing that had anything to do with the derailment.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thanks to each of the panel members providing your testimony to this panel. Chair Hominy, this now concludes this round of questions from panel one.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. We are running a little bit ahead of time, but we are going to take a 15-minute break. We'll return at 11. I ask that the witnesses come back a few minutes earlier to be seated, so thank you very much.
Just make it. No. Trade specifically. I think the issue is that it falls after they disconnect. So I remember that from the paper. That's what the shells are installed, the repair installed. That's what the first time with the well, we don't more than that. That's really good. We're right now. I wrote. I mean, yeah. Fair. Get to an accident. Yeah, I can NTSB figured out what was there. If they win, maybe again, it just made it up. Right? I know. Foul first. I know some trackers. In order to sing, feel bad to the best singer. Well, we drop the end. They need to put on a stack all of that. They have to be a start to and they didn't know how to no, I always said, I know for the chief constantly, and it's and straight. Take that as a life.
We have a hot mic somewhere, so if you want to step away.
We're now ready to proceed with witness testimony. Each party will have an opportunity to question the witnesses. Please remember that only the designated party spokesperson may question the witnesses. Due to time constraints, we will have one round of questions. If you believe a second round is warranted, again, please raise your hand. I'll determine whether it's appropriate. If granted, again, the second round will be limited to questions that clarify the record or address a new matter. I'll now turn the floor over to the parties for questioning, and we'll start in the middle with parties from the labor table and proceed to my right, and then parties from the industry table will go last. Labor organizations, the floor is yours.
Randy Fannin, BLET. This is to the first responders initially on the scene. How long after arrival and you were set up until you obtained the hazmat paperwork, either from the train crew or from NS?
As the hazmat team, we had the consist at 22:23. So we were on scene maybe 30 minutes before we had the consist, which I think was pretty quickly when you talk to others that we're able to obtain that quickly.
That's approximately 2 hours after the incident derailment?
I'm not sure what time the exact time of the derailment, but
the next question is, did anyone locate the train crew and to obtain the paperwork from the conductor?
Nobody from the fire department did. However, in reference to your last question, to my understanding, the fire department did have access to the consist within the first 45 minutes, electronically by a representative from Norfolk.
The police department did not. We did not locate the engine car, the conductor, or the engineer.
So no first responder found the locomotive engineer or the conductor after arriving on the scene?
Not on our end, no, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse me, we did. At the incident command site, another first responder brought up what I believe was the conductor to talk to me. He did not introduce himself, but he had on the vest. And the other first responder identified him as the train conductor. And he was able to tell us which he thought was the last train that was still on the track. So that helped us identify where the derailment started and where it ended.
Thank you.
This is Jared Cassidy with Smart TD. We represent, along with Mr. Fannin here, the conductors and engineers on Norfolk Southern. I'm curious for the fire chiefs that are present. In your training and education with the railroad, are you all taught what capabilities and knowledge and awareness the train crew has when it comes to hazardous material placement in the train's consist, and what information they have available? Is that something that's relayed to you during the educational process for your first responders?
So we again, Norfolk, so we have two, I'll speak for my county as the assistant county. We have two major railroads, CSX and Norfolk Southern, that go through our county, which we do training with them all the time. I believe this is the last time we had was a few years ago with Norfolk Southern, but they do tell us the training that the conductors do too. So, but as first responders, as a hazmat team, our guys are specifically looking for the consist, however we can get that, and if that's going for the conductor, that's our main goal.
I may step out here, Ms. Hall. If I do, please rein me in. And during Mr. Payan's presentation, he made a timeline, and early on in that timeline, it shows the train's crew separating the locomotives from that train for their own safety. And then it shows a few minutes later that locomotive being moved 1 mile. Are y'all aware that the conductor has an ERG book and that he actually referenced that ERG book given the consist information? And the point I'm getting to here is, I would argue the conductor was the first person on scene to know what the evacuation radius was and what the proper response should have been. And I guess so my question is, are y'all aware that he has that detailed of information when it comes to the hazardous materials and the ability to communicate or determine an evacuation radius and then actually follow through with it? And if you did not know that, having known that now, would that be helpful in the future? Because in my opinion, the quickest way to get the consist information, assuming the crew is not harmed in the derailment, would be through the crew. So long story short, question is, knowing that now, would that be more of a priority?
Are you referring to more of a priority of finding that conductor?
Is getting that material, that information. The conductor is going to be.
It's always a priority, but what you have to realize is the amount of people available. Driving a mile down the tracks in an attempt to find him, if that's true where he went, is not manpower able to be done with limited manpower.
And I know in the police department, and not to interrupt, we weren't even aware that that was protocol of the disconnection in the 1 mile until this particular incident.
It sounds to me like probably the best thing that would happen is when they disconnect and do that, maybe they should call 911 and tell them that information instead of us going and having to find them.
That's my next question. Your dispatch center would have been in communication with Norfolk Southern Dispatch, is that correct?
Correct.
And then they would have had that information from the crew. The only thing your dispatch would have had to do was ask the NS dispatcher where the crew was, and they'd have told you. That would be the quickest route.
Correct, but in a manpower-driven situation where all hands are needed there at the incident to contain it, small departments like ours and most volunteers departments in this country, I go back to my manpower statement of we need help getting manpower and staffing, don't have the ability to send people to chase a train.
Okay. Can I ask then, in an incident like that, I would imagine your 911 center was probably pretty full with calls coming in. Is that correct?
It was the most inundated I have ever seen it. The 911 line, it was just continually nonstop. Radio traffic with the emergency personnel on the scene. I mean, you have lives, bodies on the ground that they are communicating with. They are requesting additional support. And again, there's that one dispatcher until another body arrives in that seat. So, yes. Having been a conductor myself for some time, I would tell you that I would be hesitant to call 911 for that reason. I will tell you my father was in law enforcement. I literally grew up in a police car. And, for me, I would be relying upon the dispatcher to utilize their communications with your dispatcher services so that we could do that. To me, it sounds like something maybe we should talk about going further. But looking towards the future, would it benefit your departments to have prior notification of trains and the hazardous materials that are going to come through ahead of time so that you have a prior notification of those materials?
Ma'am, is it okay if I answer even though the time's up? Thank you. For our department, for example, would it be beneficial? Potentially, but you also have to realize we have a train coming through our town on an average of every 9 minutes a day. So if you were to send me a consist for every single train that comes through our town for every day, 365 days a year at 9 minutes a day, imagine all the paperwork we would have to go through?
Sure. I'm sure it'd be quite a bit. All right, thank you.
Yeah, and I agree. That would be kind of information overload for us smaller departments. I think if they had contact information of those areas, that if something would happen as quickly as Mr. Deutsch received his consist, if they could send those consists to contact people at those first responding agencies so they would have that information quickly.
Who's the next person? Yep.
Good morning, Chief Carey, IFF. First of all, I'd like to say this was a colossal event. And as you described pretty well, Chief. No fire department, police department, or emergency management agency could ever train enough and be prepared for this. This is a once in a lifetime. I refer to it as a low frequency, extremely high risk event. And I'd just like to start off by saying to all of you that responded, thank you for your service. And I just have a couple of questions. Mr. Howard from the police department?
Sir.
I'm just curious, do the police officers in East Palestine receive hazmat awareness level training like most police departments are required to have?
I know personally, I think it's each individual officer, when courses are offered, if that particular officer wants to go to, a hazmat course, we all receive hazmat training, in the academy. But for like an officer like myself.
How many hours is that training, if I may ask?
Again, I've been out 30 years, so I couldn't even remember.
Okay.
But it obviously maybe 4 hours in the academy if I'm jumping back there. And obviously, you receive the updated, yellow books every year. And I know each individual officers will attend courses, but as far as anything that's mandated, we have continuing education that we have to take each year, and there's certain areas of that continuing education that are mandatory. But it's kind of left up to each individual officer if they want to take that.
Fair enough. And I think we've already, from listening to Mr. Swords, there is a problem, and I've seen it, and it's not specific to East Palestine or even the state of Ohio. This is a national problem where there just is not enough training that's mandated and there's not enough funding, like you said, Chief, But Chief Drabick, and we've spoken before and we've done other interviews, and I understand that you were not the original incident commander. Your assistant, Chief Gorby, was?
Deputy Chief Gorby, yes.
Chief. Sorry for that. And I understand we have sort of established some facts, I think, that because the train crew followed protocol and disconnected and moved a mile away, the fire department did not have access to the consist. Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
However, we've been told that at some point, Chief Gorby asked the dispatcher to contact Norfolk Southern, and they emailed the consist, and that was about 45 minutes later. Is that fair enough?
My department first received access to it 45 minutes in. That's correct, sir.
Okay, good. I was just verifying some, I have notes from previous interviews we've conducted. Chief, you mentioned the training levels of your members, and I understand this is a challenge. It's a challenge for us that work in full-time career departments, and if it's a challenge for us, I can imagine it's an insurmountable challenge for volunteer fire departments to get that training. Are all of your people, or at least most of them, trained to the hazmat operations level, like 8 hours or 24 hours?
All of our members are trained at a minimum of hazmat awareness. I'm in the process of getting the remainder of the department that does not have operations level classes.
Excellent.
We
Glad to hear that.
conducted a hazmat awareness and operations class in conjunction with Columbiana County EMA at our department several months prior to the incident, where all of my command staff and a large portion of the membership were able to get both of those classes.
Right. And I understand from speaking with Chief Gorby that he had attended prior to this event training with the railroads, and they introduced the Ask Rail app. They introduced it, but I guess it was never really followed through as far as any of your members signing up and getting access into Ask Rail. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I understood it as well. So getting back to Mr. Howard, you mentioned that this 1 mile evacuation.
Yes, sir.
Do we know who ordered that and how they determined the 1 mile? What I'm getting to is, and we haven't got a clear answer in this up to this point, if anybody was using the emergency response guidebook to get information, and we've heard explanations given to us that there were no placards, there were no papers, so we couldn't look anything up. Well, the emergency response guidebook has a guide for unknowns. We're trying to figure that out.
When I received notification that it was from our dispatcher that the fire department had requested a 1 mile evacuation radius. So we went ahead with that. At that particular time, I didn't ask who. We were just concerned with getting the 1 mile evacuated. I do not know who actually ordered that. And where that come from, other than our dispatcher relayed it was from the fire department.
Right. Okay. That's just one of those little things that. Yes, Chair.
Sorry, you're out of time, but if you need additional time, we can talk about that. I just want to make sure others have an opportunity.
No, I'm fine. Thank you for your time, and thank you for answering our questions.
TCU, Railroad Signalman? No, do you want to yield any of your time to the chief? Chief, you get another 5 minutes.
Thank you. Now that's a union brother over here. Different union, but thank you. The other question I had was, and maybe, I don't know who can answer this question, any of the fire people, was any consideration ever given to the application of foam on all those pool fires?
There was consideration given to it. And in reference to your question to Detective Howder, the 1 mile evacuation radius was determined in conjunction with the command staff on scene, myself on the phone, the EMA, in reference to utilizing the ERG and looking at the consist and the chemicals involved, picking out the worst one, which I believe we used vinyl chloride, and followed the ERG, which recommended a 1 mile evacuation based on the condition of the fire and those cars at that point. That's how that was determined.
So it wasn't practical, and given the risk versus benefit analysis, I completely understand that. And my final question, Mr. Deutsch from Norfolk Southern, when you were on scene, did you have the ability to do face-to-face communications with the incident commander?
Yes, I did. Soon I arrived on scene, our mechanical personnel were already with the incident commander. That's when I arrived. I talked to them and then said I was going to go do an assessment of the scene.
Okay, great. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the federal, state, and local panel.
Thank you, Chair Hamady. Detective Howder or
yes, sir.
Chief Drabick, question for you. Is there a written protocol with the town of East Palestine for determining who is the incident command?
I'm sorry, the last part, I was unable to copy the last part.
Is there a written protocol for determining who is the incident commander during an incident?
During an incident, it would be, such as an incident like this with a fire, it would be the fire chief or the fire chief's designee.
Okay. Mr. Deutsch, question. Does Norfolk Southern have a written emergency response plan other than the oil spill response plan required by federal regulations?
Yes, Norfolk Southern has the emergency response plan on everybody's desktop in the company. It has plans for derailments, for hurricanes, for tunnel emergencies, all different types of emergencies that could occur in our territories. We also have the emergency response guidebook that states what resources we would bring. That is issued with a QR code at our trainings that we do throughout the country, and it has a step-by-step our process. It shows how we would go into a unified command structure. It shows what the railroad structure is and how we adapt that to the local municipalities in an incident.
Okay, so the way that plan is shared with communities is through the QR code and your training you provide? Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We have it on, we have training that's provided on an LMS system on our website. We have training set up on the TransCare website that first responders that can't attend our class can attend. And then when they come to the safety train or we do in-station training, we provide that information in that guidebook. It's in one of the exhibits.
And does your crew instructions call for the crew to leave the train consist with the responders or to maintain it?
They're to maintain it, but they can provide information. They can Dropbox it, they can email it to them, whatever electronic means that the first responder needed. They can have screenshots of it, whatever they need. They can provide that consist information.
Thank you. Chief Drabick and Chief Jones. So the HMEP grants, the Hazardous Materials Emergency Planning grants that are provided to the Ohio Emergency Management Agency come down through the Columbiana County Local Emergency Planning Commission. Do you have access to those training grants?
Yes, the county has available HEMP grants, and then the state has an SHGP grant that you can apply for funds for training and equipment.
Did you use those dollars, those training grant dollars prior to this incident?
The hazmat team has, yes.
And those training grant dollars, those HMEP grant dollars also allow for Columbiana County, the LAPC to do mode and route studies. Are you aware of any mode and route studies that were done or any discussion of mode and route studies for your communities?
I do know they do route studies, but I'm not aware of what has been done and where.
Okay, thank you. Chief Drabick, you mentioned that you have access to AskRail, the AskRail app now. Prior to the incident, had you heard of it?
I personally had not heard of it, no.
Thank you. I think that covers mine. I'm going to turn it over to FRA.
Okay, good afternoon. I'd like to reinforce the sentiment that was mentioned earlier about our appreciation for what you did, what you went through. It was pretty impressive, and we all owe you a debt of thanks, so thank you for that. Question for you. I noticed in the timeline, and Detective Howder, you mentioned that there was, you ordered when you were first there, an evacuation around the streets parallel to. Was that just based on the proximity to the fire, or was that also in understanding, or did you get a call from the fire department that said you should start to evacuate those folks?
After I first arrived, and then the fire department started, rolling in, I was with them a brief time, and sometimes it lapsed, and then when it left at one point, I had seen fire starting to spread visually, and and I made that determination with our other officers that it would be prudent to start getting residences that line those tracks in case that fire started. It was strictly for the fire at that point.
Understood. Thank you. For all of you, for the first responders, Is there training, or do you understand that there is a sign at every grade crossing, a blue sign that has a number on it that you can reach a railroad if there's an emergency? I'm just curious about the training that the first responders are getting and their understanding of what that sign is and how it can be used.
You know, we're aware that that sign's there, and it's the quick way to get a hold of the railroad.
And Mr. Deutsch, can if a first responder called that line and could they request consist information from that line if they need it, if they wanted to?
Yes, that number goes to the police communication center, so they'd be able to contact them. Most likely they would transfer them over to the operations center, which will then send a consist.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cassidy was mentioning about, getting to the conductor and them knowing, being the ones who really do know they're the best way to proceed. And, of course, I fully concur with that. But given the Ask Rail app, does that change that equation? I mean, do you feel that information is, with the information that's available there, that's complete information and that's really all that you need to make the decisions you need to do at the time?
I think that's a very useful app. I think it's a quick way to get the information. It's the same information that we would get from the paper copy of the consist from the conductor. However, as we've been mentioned several times, depends on whether you have cell phone service or not.
Yes, Ask Rail app is just another tool in the toolbox. It gives us an idea of what's on the total train, but it doesn't tell us where the incident is and what's involved until we get further into it. So it's just, to us, it's just another tool in the toolbox.
And then I heard the conversation before about if you were to get notification ahead of time of every train come through, it could be overwhelming based on the size of the department and the traffic of train through a community. And maybe the Ask Rail app helps there. Is there other information, or is there anything else you can think of that would be beneficial or helpful? Chief Drabick, you mentioned more training and more manpower. But as far as information that's available for emergency response, is there anything else that you all can think of that would be beneficial and help your cause?
I can't think of anything right off the top of my head. I go back to if I get a consist for every single train that comes through my town every day, I'm going to need to hire somebody just to manage the consist coming through. Due to the sheer magnitude of trains that come through. So I don't have an answer to that question, sir.
Okay, that's fair. And then another question came up here. And Mr. Deutsch, you had the tabletop exercise. Did that include the police departments?
Yes, there was police. I don't know what departments that were there.
Okay, thank you.
I can help you on the how to get other information for not sending a consist every train. Fire departments, police departments, EMAs can request a commodity flow study. It's on our website at NS. You fill out the document because it's security sensitive information. We make sure you're the fire chief and you're the EMA director. And then we will provide that information. It'll give you for 1 year what has come through your town. It'll show all the loads. It'll start with the top hazmats. So that can assist you in planning what does come through your community. It would give you additional information to help you in that planning process.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks for that. And so for Chief Drabeck, were you aware of, well, you know that the railroads have to give that information that Mr. Deutsch was just talking about to the state emergency response folks. Were you aware of that, and have you asked for that information to get an idea of the types of commodities and the volume that come through?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
Does the village have any questions? No questions. Okay, then we'll go over here to the industry panel.
Trinity Rail has no questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave Gooden with Norfolk Southern. First couple questions are for Mr. Deutsch. Mr. Deutsch, as far as training is involved, does Norfolk Southern offer weekends or training at night for first responders if requested?
Yes, we do. Our training's based on the location that we have the safety train in. If it's more career departments, a lot of time that's in the daytime, or different shifts, we stay there so we can train at different shifts as they come out. If it's a lot of volunteer, there's more nighttime classes set up if it's a volunteer area. And if we have a good mix, then we have daytime and evening classes. We also have Saturday classes. A lot of times when we do that full-scale drill, a lot of those are on a Saturday, just because of volunteers and people working so they can get everybody there for the training. There's actually a Saturday training with the safety train, a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, coming up in Harrisburg, PA in July. So we do provide it other days of the week.
All right, thank you. And also, you mentioned in your opening statement that you have experience as a first responder. Is that correct?
Yes.
About how many years did you have?
I have 40 and I have 22 in industry.
Okay. With that experience, on the night of the derailment, how did you utilize that experience to assess the situation, provide feedback and recommendations to keep the first responders safe?
So when I did my assessment, I saw what type of fires were burning. I did not see pressure fires at the time. I knew it was a pool fire. I knew it was one of the Acrylate cars because I worked with that product in previous employment. So I knew it really seemed like butyl acrylate. It could have been the other one. They have a similar smell. So I knew that car was ruptured, and that was most likely feeding the spill fire. I saw a large spill fire in the ditch. With that and the location of the personnel and the time limits on thermal protection on a perfectly good car, not a car that's already been in a derailment and have jacket damage and such, the time was kind of up to stay there. My concern was the pressure relief valve starting to go off, and I believe when I got everybody out of there with my contractor and we discussed that, about 30 minutes after everybody had left, the first one went off. So that's based on my experience. We do training in industry where if you don't protect the pressure relief vessel that has a relief valve on, it can release. So I'm aware of that situation. You couldn't see the orientation of the cars real good with all the fire and the smoke to know where the pressure relief valves are orientated on the car. So with that and those unknowns, it was time to get everybody out of there.
All right, thank you. And one question for Chief Jones. Chief, I think you mentioned earlier that you had already had information prior to arriving at the derailment about the train contest or about the train derailment in general. Did you utilize AskRail to find that information?
Yes, we used AskRail once we arrived on the scene. Coming from our community to East Palestine, we were able to come up with what's called Route 170, and we were able to make it right to the train crossing at 170 and Taggart Street. So we're able to get a train number off of that just to get what was included on the train. We didn't know what was involved at that point.
Okay, all right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, Oxyvinyls has no questions for the panelists. However, we just want to thank Chief Keith Drabeck and all the organizations represented by the panelists today for your emergency response efforts in this incident. We just sincerely appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The parties have concluded their questions for panel 1. The last group to question the witnesses will be the Board of Inquiry. Each board member will be limited to 5 minutes. Again, we will determine if there's a need for subsequent rounds. We'll use the same order we always use, so I will turn it over first to Vice Chairman Landsberg.
Thank you, Chair. This whole incident reminds me a bit of the fog of war that they talk about in combat, where things are happening and very rapidly, and there's a lot of challenge in terms of communication and even the best laid plans. Mr. Deutsch, how many hazmat events does Norfolk Southern have in a typical year?
I don't know the exact number, but we would consider a hazmat event just a car that's leaking product, just one dripping down the side of the car from a valve not being shut or something. So total,
Okay,
all those, I'm not
So how many
sure.
that involve significant first response? And I realize significant is in the eye of the beholder, but
my estimate would be, with cars leaking that leaked a larger amount and any derailment that might leak a hazmat, I'm just guessing 4 to 5.
so
Could be, but a lot of those, like I said, are single cars.
as stated earlier, this is the bane of safety professionals, that this is a very low probability, high consequence event. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Chief Drabeck, did you get any training from Norfolk Southern prior to the event?
Me personally, Vice Chair, no, I did not.
Your department?
My department, yes.
Okay. Chief Jones?
Yes, we were actually involved with 2 trainings with Norfolk Southern. They had the training we went through in October. They had that, not sure the exact date, but it was pre-COVID. So they broke it up into the northern part of the county and the southern part of the county. And with us being the hazmat team, we were involved with both sets of training.
Chief Brewer, same question.
Same answer, yes. And we know Scott from his previous employment, so we have somewhat of a good relationship with Norfolk Southern, but yes, they did provide training.
Did you feel like it prepared you at least somewhat for this particular event, Chief Drabeck?
Somewhat, yes, but I don't think you could ever prepare for an event of this magnitude.
Okay. Chief Jones, Chief Brewer?
I believe it helped, but as Chief Drabeck said, you can prepare all you want, but there's so many variables that can happen that you just have to have a very fluid and dynamic plan going into it.
Okay. Mr. Deutsch, how many on-site training events did Norfolk Southern do last year?
We trained 4,000 to 5,000 first responders.
How many organizations?
I couldn't answer the exact number of organizations, but they're in the 22 states in our territory.
Okay.
And we did, that's everything from station training to a volunteer department that has a 2-hour training window in the evenings, up until our larger events with TransCare and with our safety train.
Could you estimate a percentage of the number of communities that are benefit from that versus your railroad structure?
I don't have an exact number for you. Okay. We can get that information for you and provide it to you.
That would be helpful to know how broad a spread you have in that regard, and perhaps are there any plans to ramp up those activities?
We still haven't done our actual after action report because we're still active in the scene here in town. So our hazmat group will meet in the next couple months and we will review all of that. And then we usually put our schedules out in December and we'll take all of that into consideration, what occurred, what we've heard here today, notes that people were taking as far as what training they need, they haven't had, and we'll put all that together.
I guess my last question, so we've heard the real challenge of getting information on the consist and so forth. And you mentioned there's a phone number that any first responder could call. Is that widely distributed, and do all the first responder organizations know that if something happens, barring anything else, where and how they can call that number?
It's during our training sessions, we go over how to contact the railroad for any type of emergency, not just derailments, just if they need access to our right-of-way to fight a house fire or they're near our tracks to notify us. We provide that number several times in that training. If they attended that training, they would have had that number. They would have had that emergency guide planning book that has that information in also. Far as just distributing it, a lot of the 911 centers have it. When we do the tabletops and do the trainings, we explain to make sure your dispatch center knows what railroads come through your community, because where I live, there's several. It's not just NS. And to make sure that's already in their CAD systems. That'll then speed this whole process up. They'll have that phone number. They'll be able to call that phone number and get a consist right away. Perfect. He's absolutely right about the train consist. The crew has that. We have a section where we explain that in our training, that the crew has the consist information. But as Chief Drabeck said, if you don't have the manpower when you first get on scene to send somebody out there,
that's why the phone number is so important.
The phone number's there for the dispatch center.
Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Thank you. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Canan, if you could pull up an exhibit for me. It's Group C number 11, and it's a video of the firefighter response. And after that, I will ask some questions of the two chiefs. Thank you for that. Chief Drabeck, are you able to identify the location where this video was taken?
I am not.
How about Chief Jones?
I am not aware.
Okay. Based on your experience, can you estimate, let me ask, have you seen this video before?
No, sir.
Okay, it was just released this morning to them, I assume. That was one of the tank cars on fire in front there. I know it was a little hard to see, but on your experience, can you estimate the distance between the firefighters and that tank car in front of them? Chief Drabeck?
Could you play it again? So I could.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Ms. Canan, can you do that?
My initial answer is close.
Too close?
But I would estimate 50 to 100 feet.
50, 100 feet, Chief
Probably
Jones?
maybe less.
Yeah, I would say 50 to under 50. They were pretty close.
Okay. Per the emergency response guide, it states, and in capital letters says always stay away from tanks engulfed in fire. Was the emergency response guide referenced prior to sending firefighters in? Chief Jones?
I am not aware. We did not arrive until like 10 minutes till 10, and we were not, I was not specific with firefighting operations at that time. We arrived as hazmat, and I don't know what time that video was taken. Was it time stamped? So I'm not sure how far into the scene, how far into the incident that was when that video was taken.
Thank you.
Yeah, same answer. I don't know how far into that video was taken. I'm not even sure what department those firefighters were with.
Okay. if you notice the firefighters seen in the video are carrying a hand line, based on your experience, what is the effectiveness of a hand line against a fire of that heat and magnitude? Chief Drabeck?
That's going to depend on the product that's involved and what their intention was with that hand line. Was it exposure protection or extinguishment?
The emergency response guide states for massive fire, use unmanned master stream devices or monitor nozzles. If this is impossible, withdraw from the area and let the fire burn. Based on your firefighting experience, why are unmanned master stream devices or monitor nozzles recommended for massive fires? Chief Drabeck?
For safety, and that's absolutely the right thing to do, and we did have unmanned master streams in place. I'm not sure who those individuals were, at what point that was going on.
So, Chief, you do have those kind of nozzles?
Yes, sir.
Were they initially deployed? Are you aware of?
That I'm aware of, yes, they were deployed fairly early into the incident. I couldn't give you a exact time as to when that was.
Okay. Chief Jones, same question for you. Do you have those devices, and were they deployed when you first arrived on scene?
Yes, our department does have the unmanned monitors, several types. But again, that was not my basis there that night, so I did not notice any unmanned nozzles.
Thank you. And one final question before my time's up. What firefighting guidance did Norfolk Southern provide during the initial phase of the emergency response? Chief Drabeck?
I cannot answer that, sir. I wasn't there.
And Chief Jones, were you provided any guidance?
As far as I know, the only guidance that I received, like again, we were strictly there for hazmat, was when sometime during the event, when Mr. Deutsch arrived and their hazmat team arrived, they advised to pull all the firefighting apparatus and personnel back to that 1 mile radius. So they ceased firefighting operations, but I don't know at what time that was.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Chair.
Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Deutsch, I understand I think you said this morning, there are 2 levels of emergency preparedness exercises, tabletop and full-scale exercises. How is Norfolk Southern able to communicate and coordinate the timing and the participation for those sorts? In other words, how do you get the word out to agencies that these are coming up, they're scheduled, and how do you ensure that the local agencies participate?
So usually we're contacted by a particular county in the states we operate in, or a particular fire department. They've been to our training, or they've seen our training online on our website. They know the TransCare website that provides training that all the different railroads use. That is a training, not advertisement, but a place where everybody can send their training and you can sign up, so it's out there through that organization. Doing so, people request, can you bring the safety train to our community? You have a yard in our fire district. Can you bring the safety train? We want to train our hazmat team. So we'll make arrangements then to accommodate them, provide that training. And as far as the tabletops, it's the same way with the tabletops. They receive some type of grant money that he was talking about earlier, HMEP money or whatever it might be. And they schedule a tabletop, and then we assist in that tabletop. If they don't have grant money, NS has paid for tabletops in areas where people have called and requested training. If they contact us, we work them into the schedule and set up training for them.
And you get a good level of participation?
Yes.
Chief Drabeck, others, if you want to comment on this, do you find these exercises, recognizing that it's virtually impossible to prepare for an event of this magnitude, just as a general matter, do you find these exercises worthwhile and useful?
I think anytime you can get training with subject matter experts or industry professionals, it's definitely beneficial.
And firefighters are a different breed. They don't want to sit in a class all day and listen to someone PowerPoint them to death. They like the hands-on. They do better with hands-on training. So these tabletops and functional exercises, they're a lot better for the firefighters because they learn more.
With what they said, there's no better training than them bringing the tank car, a car or cars to us so that we can use equipment on them. So hands-on training was what they said.
Chief Swartz, does your agency participate in these events?
No, sir, we do not. We just oversee the training through the chartered fire training programs.
Understand. Chief Drabeck, I'll start with you, but I certainly will invite others to comment. I recognize, Chief, that you were not there in the initial phases, but based upon what you know from discussing with your teams, what were the key challenges in terms of coordination and communication during that first hour or so of the event?
The first challenge, of course, was communication. Being able to communicate with all the other agencies coming in, being able to get those agencies there and get them on the correct side of the tracks that we needed them on, and then just overall coordination of the incident. Again, I divert back to communication being the biggest issue we had.
Others care to comment? Chief Jones?
Yeah, it's always a challenge, and our first priority is responder safety and then public safety. And responder safety that night was a huge challenge. If you look at the size of the incident, you had two sides that you had responders on. So I think that was a huge challenge for the incident commander that night, was making sure the responders were safe. Our next challenge is also what's involved, what's leaking, how much is leaking, and it was difficult to know that night exactly the way the cars were accordioned to know what was leaking and how much was leaking. Those were our biggest challenges.
Any others care to comment? Chair, I just want to say quickly how much I appreciate, and I know all of us do, the hospitality of the community in hosting us this week. We know this has been a difficult time, and we thank everyone for making us feel welcome and for providing the opportunity to conduct this hearing. I think it's very, very helpful.
Thank you. Julie, don't pull it up yet, but in a second I'm going to ask you to pull up Group M, Exhibit 9, but don't pull it up yet. Okay. Mr. Deutsch, whose responsibility is it to maintain and provide the train consist?
The railroad will provide the train consist.
Mm-hmm. And earlier, I think we were hearing that it was the responsibility of the crew, though.
Yeah, the crew will provide the consist. The dispatcher in Atlanta can provide the consist, and you have the potential of getting it off Ask Rail if you have Ask Rail.
Okay, so the crew can provide the consist. The railroad has a responsibility to provide the train consist. Okay. What time did you arrive on scene?
Might have been around 11:30. The video I shot was like 11:45, so I'm guessing around 11:30, somewhere in there.
Okay. And Chief Drabeck, I agree with you. It is not the fire service's responsibility to drive a mile up and find a train crew while they're trying to deal with a terrible incident. It is the railroad's responsibility to maintain that and provide that information according to federal regulations. So just reading through all the transcripts of the interviews, so East Palestine Dispatch did call Norfolk Southern at 9:04 p.m. in Atlanta to obtain information about the derailment. 9:04. I want you to keep that in mind. NS said they'd have to call him back. Another call was placed at 9:30 by East Palestine Dispatch to Norfolk Southern about whether they should start evacuations. I'm not sure whether they got return calls, but the timeline for the consist itself shows that Columbiana County Emergency Management Agency received the consist via email from Norfolk Southern at 9:56 p.m., basically a full hour later. The deputy chief of East Palestine, 9:45:10. Chief Jones didn't receive the consist until 10:23 and had to get it from SEMA, I think, or the Columbiana County Emergency Management Agency. The East Palestine Police Department didn't receive the consist until 1:30 a.m., and the East Palestine Fire Chief here found the printed train consist at the command post at 2:15 a.m., sitting on a desk. Can you explain why it took so long to get the train consist to those that are responsible not just for protecting their own firefighters, but for and protecting those in the community, but for making sure that they were able to fight what they were facing?
I'm unaware of the dispatch center calls from East Palestine to NS. I'm not aware of that. When I got a call from EMA Director Clark, I then sent the consist that I received while I was en route to the scene. It is the railroad's responsibility to provide that train consist.
Thank you. Julie, can you pull up the exhibit? Who is CTEH, Mr. Deutsch?
They're a contractor that does air monitoring for us.
Do you want it to start at page 1?
Sure.
Exhibit A.
Should go back to the email. Hopefully it's there. There was an email that was circulated by Norfolk Southern to CTEH, your contractors that were part of the emergency cleanup, at 9:08 p.m., providing the train consist to your contractors. How is it that Norfolk Southern could provide the contractors responsible for cleanup with the information within 12 minutes of the derailment and took an hour to several hours before providing it to emergency responders?
In this email, that was our IH department sending it to the air monitoring contractors who were based in Arkansas to bring monitoring equipment based on the chemicals that were in the derailment. I can't explain the time frame.
Thank you. I don't have further time, but I will ask Vice Chairman Landsberg if he has further questions.
No further questions, Chair. Thank you.
Member Graham.
I do have some more. Thank you. Chief Drabeck, on page 8 of your interview transcript, you stated about 30 minutes after the incident, you determined there needed to be an evacuation zone of 1 mile. Please discuss how you determined that.
By looking at the ERG.
The ERG?
Correct, sir. ERG.
And once you determined that, how did you communicate the evacuation recommendation?
Via phone with my deputy chief in conjunction with Director Clark, who was on scene.
Okay.
Confirming that.
Excellent. And that was your call to make the evacuation zone 1 mile, correct?
That was a consensus amongst all of us in reference to the ERG.
Thank you. Mr. Deutsch, you stated earlier that a 1 mile evacuation zone was appropriate in your, a little earlier, is that correct?
When I was contacted by Columbiana, they had the ERG, and they asked me if, based on ERG guidance, based on vinyl chloride, should we evacuate, and I advised them they should follow the guidance in the ERG for that.
Is wind ever considered when determining an evacuation zone after a derailment?
Yes, wind's always considered.
On February 3rd, you received a phone call from Columbiana County EMA asking whether they should evacuate. Do you remember what time that call was at?
I do not. I was responding to the scene at that time, and I don't actually remember where I was to give you a definite time frame for my response. But it's about an hour and a half for me to get here.
Okay. And at that time, what did you know about the contents of the tank cars?
I knew that the lines that were derailed between, the two sections upright train contained vinyl chloride, contained an ISO car, contained some non-haz tank cars. I was aware of the hazmat that was involved in that section of the car.
And did you provide any guidance regarding the evacuation?
On my way there, so that I can continue to drive there, I gave them my boss's phone number so that he could talk to the incident commander and give him guidance on the situation they had in front of them.
Does Norfolk Southern have any policies or procedures regarding advising cities or town officials about evacuation protocols?
We direct them in the resources that are out there, like the ERG, and guide them through what they're looking for, making sure that they're looking at that correctly. But we don't issue the evacuations.
Okay. The evacuation appears it did not occur until about an hour and a half after the conversation you had. Is there anything Norfolk Southern can do better to work with these cities and town officials to ensure an appropriate and timely evacuation?
Norfolk Southern can assist in any way we can. A lot of people, that's a big decision to make if you're in that role, and you got to gather the data and the information to decide what you're going to do. If you're going to have an evacuation, how large it's going to be, and I just believe that time frame is probably from gathering that information in the unified command situation in their town. So,
Mr. Howder, after the initial evacuation order was issued, how was the evacuation order and the associated risk communicated to the community?
Are we talking the initial 2 streets or the 1 mile, sir?
The 1 mile.
The 1 mile. That obviously came in from our dispatch, and we were doing it, on the fly. We were pulling resources, plotted off a quick 1 mile radius on Google Earth, and then started assigning units to streets to go door to door. And we obviously didn't have the information, I assumed, chemicals. We were just advising the residents because of the train derailment is what we were relaying to them. Obviously, there was multiple agencies involved. I don't know if some agencies gave different directions, because of potential of chemicals or not, just assuming like I did. I know our guys, and when I was going door to door, was just telling because of the train derailment and, the fire.
Do you know how many people actually did not evacuate?
That evening, at least from my, the houses that I went to, obviously there were houses that we couldn't get any answer to. I did not have a problem with one resident not wanting to leave. Some questioned it a little bit, but they all, you could see the fire. You could just feel it in the air. Traffic was just buzzing up and down the streets, sightseers wanting to go see. I think people realized that it was a situation they needed to leave. I'm sure there were people that stayed after we left, but I don't have a number of that.
You don't mind, Chair, one more real quick one. Is there anything we can do better in the future? Have you talked about that? trying to get people to evacuate from the zone?
This was a conversation that we had when obviously the controlled burn was going to go on, as far as how to get people out of their residences. I feel that if you order people and tell them they have to leave, sometimes you get pushback. If you express the dire need to leave, and then there could be serious physical body injury, and you show them, look out your door. You can talk to people and they understand. I don't think anybody really wants to perish in a catastrophe. But I think just explaining it to them instead of saying, you have to leave, like giving them that, they're adults, I think they will understand.
Thank you for that, Mr. Howder. Chair? I got one more.
Member Chapman.
Just a couple of quick ones, Chair. Mr. Deutsch, a lot of discussion this morning about the Ask Rail app, and I understand that's a collaborative product. But who or what is the lead agency or the lead entity in coordinating the Ask Rail app?
It's operated by RailLink, but all of the railroads have a representative that's on the committee.
Okay. And you said your experience is that the accuracy of the Ask Rail app has been pretty good?
Yes, my experience has been good.
Okay. Chief Drabek, again, recognizing that you were not there in the earliest stages here, but based on your discussions and also Chief Howder, we've talked about, trying to track down the crew and how difficult that would be. But in those early stages, there was really no way to know whether there had been any casualties as a result of this accident. So you had no way of knowing whether there was even a crew to track down. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Chair, that's all the questions I have. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. A few questions. So the Ask Rail app, first you have to know about it. You have to know it exists, and then you have to get access to it. But one thing I think most people may not be thinking of, other than you all, is the Ask Rail app and the consist gives the cars in order. In a derailment, all the cars are bunched up and in different places, making it very difficult, especially when you have placards that burned. Has Norfolk Southern talked about any sort of different type of placarding as a result of this for rail cars to make sure that responders can actually see the information?
We have not had discussions on that. At this time, we still haven't had our group, the hazmat group, have our after action for the event.
Understood. Thank you. I do want to talk about training a little bit. I am trained at the hazmat operations level, and there is a difference between what Norfolk Southern provides, which is good training. It's more familiarity with tank cars and DOT 105s, 111s. It's not hazmat operations level training. That's very different. The National Fire Protection Association has NFPA standard 472, which lays out different types of training, awareness, operations level, and a third of fire departments are trained at the awareness level, which is the most basic, and not a ton of them are trained at the operations level, which I think needs to change. And so I want to talk about that a little bit. There are significant differences between training for career firefighters, and I know we got to this with Mr. Lloyd's questions, and volunteer firefighters. But Chief Jones, can you talk a little bit about how that impacts the volunteer fire service and what should be done, and do other states have that type of different training?
My department is a career department, so of course we have, as you stated, different levels of training. I believe, just speaking in our area, it's tough to get these men and women trained at all.
And part of that is, besides the week, during the week, you do have an issue with backfilling during training.
Yes, in my department, that's one of our biggest issues. If I send someone to training, I have to backfill with overtime. But when you look at the volunteer, these men and women work full-time elsewhere, so they're doing this on their off time. So getting that personnel trained is very tough.
Do others want to comment on the training?
Sure. It is very difficult in the volunteer fire service as a whole to get people trained to adequate levels, levels where they should be. There should be no segregation between career and volunteer training. It should be a standard training across the board. It's very hard to accomplish that. A lot of that is department specific or area specific, what their requirements are. The more stringent the requirements, you stand a potential of having less people able to volunteer, able to participate. You do what you can to try and get that. You try and meet the minimum standards as required by the NFPA. I don't think anybody could ever meet all of them. But there needs to be something, more availability of training, more training facilities that are easier to access from rural areas and the volunteers in general. And staffing is always an issue, and that comes down to training as well as finances.
Do others want to comment on training?
Okay, I will. So for my department, my agency, it's a little different because I have corporate people on my agency, the Shells, the Sherwin-Williams, who get trained while they're at their real job, and then they come to ours to do first response or hazmat type. This is a political. This could be political suicide for some of the legislators, though, who mandate training for departments that are already hurting. I'm 100% into training, but when they start putting more mandated training on an already hurting business, if you will, for the fire service, it could drive out some of those volunteers who are already forced to do regular fire training. I'm not downplaying training, and this is where going to a more career department is probably what's needed in some areas of the country.
Well, it sounds like if you do even training, perhaps some resources are needed as well. Chief Drabick, I'm out of time. I'm moving on to Member Graham, and then I'll come back.
Thank you, Chair. Chief Drabick, how many volunteer firefighters do you have in your department?
Right now, my department, counting myself, is 38 members strong.
And how many are volunteers?
37.
37, all but you.
Yeah, we're a combination department. The only thing that we staff on a regular basis is Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and that's an ambulance. Everything else, everything on the fire side of the house is a volunteer, if you're available, and then we pay you hour for hour. A very small wage.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Jones, how about your department?
We have a 16-person roster, including myself. Currently, we're down 2 spots. Again, it's hard for career departments to also get members. So we're actually trying to recruit to fill those 2 spots.
Okay, thank you. Chief Drabick, before the night of February 3rd, had any of your volunteer firefighters ever responded to a derailment with a hazardous material release before?
Not counting myself, I believe we may have had one, so 2 of us total.
And you said that some of your firefighters had gone to a tabletop exercise, I think it was in October of 22. And did they bring any of that information back and train the rest of the department after that exercise?
Yes, sir, they did. They came back, they shared the information they learned there. We discussed several aspects of it, how the training went. So yes, they shared it with the rest of the department.
And same questions for you, Chief Jones. Had any of your firefighters ever responded to an incident like February 3rd with the derailment and the hazardous material release?
No, that'd be a first for all of us to that magnitude.
Okay. And did you also, after the tabletop exercise, I assume probably everybody was not at that, were you able to pass that training on to others?
Yes, I had, the way my command is set up, there's myself, and I have assistant chiefs that run each of the 3 crews, and then there's lieutenants underneath them. So it was mandated that all my line officers attend that October training.
Thank you. Chief Draybeck, what recommendations do you have for future tabletop exercises after February 3rd? What would you request of Norfolk Southern or maybe state resources for training crews, especially volunteer crews, to handle a situation like you had?
I think making sure that everybody understands the resources available, the resources you may need to handle an incident like this. There'll never be another incident like this. No incident is ever the same. But understanding the communication issues and determining ways to overcome that would be great things to get out to the rest of the responders.
Okay. And same question for you, Chief Jones.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, what recommendations would you make for future tabletop exercises for the situation that you responded to the night of February 3rd? What could be done better?
Well, I think that the training we had in October was as really realistic as you could get for a tabletop event. I think they should happen more often. You do one training every so many years on that subject, it's tough to maintain that information. So I know Norfolk Southern, is strapped with their training just as everybody else. But I'm a little different because we're a career department. We actually look for training. We can do that. We look for resources for our training so I can keep my staff trained to the best of their ability. But again, we're different because that's their job. But we search out training, and I think that needs to be more on the departments to be more proactive in finding the training. I can't rely on Mr. Deutsch or Norfolk Southern to come to my department to offer me training when I should be out actively looking for training to better prepare my department.
Thank you, gentlemen. My time's up. After this, I'll let you go ahead.
Chief, I'm just wondering if you have any concerns for your firefighters who are responding on health impacts.
Absolutely, I have concerns. I started voicing those concerns shortly after my arrival on the night of the incident. It took several months to finally get some semblance of testing done for them. I'm concerned about not only my responders, but everybody around for long-term health concerns. It's got to weigh in the back of your head for everybody. The potential's there. We've started testing for our people. There's been other organizations that have had testing done for their people. Is it the right stuff? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. We're going to continue that on for long after this. Hopefully we don't find anything. Unfortunately, we probably will have some that will. It's a very heavy weight that has to be carried. Not only for the responders, but for the residents of the town and everybody else that came to help us.
Does anyone else want to comment on that?
We're concerned, but according to OSHA, as a hazmat team, we have to have biannual physicals. So that will be able to keep us, hopefully we can find anything that arises before something happens.
And how about your gear? So the gear that you used that day, you have to get it cleaned. And was there any impact on your gear?
So as far as the gear, every gear manufacturer we contacted recommended disposal and replacement of that gear. And to the best of my knowledge, every department has done that.
Which costs money.
Which costs money.
And you have limited resources.
Yes, very limited resources. However, Norfolk Southern did compensate the departments for that, to the best of my knowledge. Some may have went to their insurance company for that. Others followed the billing process.
So how do we make sure, and I've been talking about resources for the fire departments for years. How do we make sure that you get adequate resources for training, for gear, for backfilling during training, for providing the quality training?
Adequate federal and state funding. It all comes down to the almighty dollar. Talking about political suicide, bro. We spend money, trillions, billions, millions of dollars on all kinds of things, but yet we send little bits to the fire service, to the police, to the EMS. That funding overall, from the very top at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue down, needs to be increased to be able to provide the correct, proper services and to protect the people providing those services. Funding has to increase across the board. There's no other answer to it than an increase in funding.
Thank you. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Chief Draybeck, do you know when the PRDs started activating?
I could not give you an accurate answer for that, sir, no.
How about Chief Jones?
I do not have that answer either.
Okay, Mr. Deutsch, were you aware of when they started activating?
The first one went off about 30 minutes after I removed everybody from the scene. That first night when I got there, I do not know what time it was, what that time frame was.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else who was on the scene notice a time or? Okay, thank you. Mr. Swords, what kind of, after a volunteer firefighter is trained, and you told us amount of hours, is there any additional training that firefighter must go through?
Yes, in order to be able to function on a fire ground and be in any type of IDLH environment, which could include live fire, they would need to receive additional training. That would be something that is a local level. The fire chief would be responsible for determining what that training would be. However, we have 62 chartered fire training programs all around Ohio that provide continuing education training. So they would be a resource. The EMA also has a technical advisory committee for hazmat, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they provide training in addition to typing those different teams. So there are other resources that are available, and some of those programs actually will come on site and deliver that training. They don't all do it, and some of them charge a fee, some do not. So there are other training resources available.
Do you support more initial training for a volunteer firefighter at the beginning?
Yes, I think at some point we have to make that change, but again, it's going to have to happen through the legislature to do that.
Do you have any good ideas on how to balance the kind of the work life? Most of these volunteer firefighters have other jobs and families and everything. Do you have any good ideas of how to get that training in without disrupting their lives too much?
Well, it's difficult. However, there is a volunteer firefighter task force that was stood up by the governor's office, and there's a lot of great work being done by that task force with a lot of good ideas, and they even published a report that has that information in there that's on the State Fire Marshal's website. So I think at some point, hopefully some of those ideas will be implemented through funding.
Of course. I want to thank you. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today and your candid responses. And that's all the questions I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to the technical panel now, who has some additional questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Swords, I'd like to continue on with Member Graham was asking about volunteer training. I know at one time it was 54 hours, and that was reduced to 36 hours. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. There was recent legislation that changed the number of continuing education hours over a 3-year certification cycle from 54 to 36.
So what would prompt a reduction in training hours, a higher level training, reducing down to a low level? What would prompt that?
I don't have a really good answer for that. I know there are groups that approach different legislators, and at some point they were even talking about removing the continuing education requirement entirely for firefighters, and there was a compromise putting it at 36 hours.
So the training requirements for the 36, but it was 54, was training removed? Was there certain training requirements that were removed in order to take it from 54 to 36?
No, sir. The requirement is the hours don't have any specificity on what topic areas. It just has to be firefighter-related training.
Okay. And the 36-hour level firefighter is not, are they able to operate in a hot zone, the hot zone to warm zone, such as hazardous materials response, structural firefighting, things of that nature?
Not with their initial certification training, no.
Okay. Mr. Deutsch, in your response plan, it's titled Emergency Response Guiding Plan, NS's manual. It talks about incident levels 1, 2, and 3. What would you rate the East Palestine accident, a 1, 2, or 3?
It would have been the highest level, 3.
Okay. So that interaction, I want to more particularly hit on that interaction between the emergency dispatch center and a Norfolk Southern dispatch. Would that communication increase if it goes from a level 1, 2, or 3, such as automatic email notification of a train consist? Because we know that's much easier than running down the railroad line and trying to find an engineer and conductor that's a mile down the road. So does that communication increase depending on the level of the severity of the accident?
The level's the same if you just call and say you have you want access or want to put hoses across the tracks to a fire. As far as the action that's taken by the dispatch center, they're going to notify the operations center the same way and notify somebody in transportation in that area of an incident. It doesn't matter what level that incident, those incident levels are more internal and what resources that start to roll and different people notifications internally.
Is it required for that NS dispatcher to email the train consist to that emergency dispatcher?
They're to provide information of the consist. That'll usually probably come out of the operations center because that's where they dispatch the trains and have all that information. The police communication will transfer that call to them.
Thank you. Chief Drabick, so much easier, I guess, if your units are equipped with email capabilities, correct?
That's correct, sir.
So much easier process if you can get that in your hands much quicker from your emergency dispatch center if NS could provide that concept, correct?
Correct. As long as we have internet service or cell service, yes.
Mr. Dougherty, anything?
I have a few follow-up questions. Mr. Deutsch, can you explain to us what challenges did Norfolk Southern, the responders, or the response companies had in trying to identify the location of the hazardous materials given the lack of visibility of placards?
Could you repeat that, Mark? It broke up at the end.
Sure. Can you tell us what challenges Norfolk Southern and its responders, and also the fire responders as well, what challenges they experience in trying to identify the location of the hazardous materials given the lack of visibility of the placards?
I would say the difficulty is exactly where the cars ended up landing and laying. They're going to be in the general area during the derailment. What car is which, they might have switched and went one way or the other. If they're in that accordion, they tend to be in order. If they go off to the sides, that's when you start to lose where they're actually at. So there was some off to the side, there was some in accordion, and that's why when we do the training, we do for the Ask Rail app and to describe a derailment, we show a picture of a derailment and we explain how to use the upright car to the right and upright car to the left, and those two car numbers. Then the cars in between those on the Ask Rail app or on the consist are the cars involved in a derailment. That'll get you started on what hazards are involved, but it won't get you to the exact car. The car numbers will last pretty long in the fire before they're finally unreadable. I've seen them where all of the paint or what you can see real good from the outside's off, but there's an imprint on the car still from the fire of the car number, so you can still get that information. You can still identify the car based on it's a pressure car, and then find the pressure car. If the next car is a general service car, find that in a consist, and you'd be able to identify. That helps you gather all that data to figure out what car is what.
Thank you. I'm sure you know the answer to this next question, but can you tell us what happened to the placards on the tank cars that were involved in the fire?
So if the placard's exposed to a tank car, there's different placards that are in there that are put on when they're shipped from the location. Some are plastic, some are paper, so they could be damaged. Also in derailments without any fire, they could be damaged because the placard holder is only a small weld on, and I've seen them folded over where you can't see the placard. That's why in the training we explain about the report marks, or what we call, make them remember it is the license plate on the rail car, so that they can find that number in the consist and find out if it's a hazmat car or not, in case they come across that situation where the placards are ripped off.
Thank you. I'd like to refer to the 49 CFR, specifically 172.519A1, which is the general specification for placards, which states that a placard may be made of any plastic, metal, or other materials capable of withstanding, without deterioration or substantial reduction in effectiveness, a 30-day exposure to open weather conditions. Are you aware of any other federal regulations that requires the placards to withstand heat or fire exposure in the event of a derailment?
I do not, only against weather that I'm aware of.
That's all the questions I have. Turn it back over.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Deutsch, I'm sure you responded to several accidents involving fire like this. Have you seen other accidents where the placards have been destroyed, where that chemical could not be identified?
I've seen them where there was no fire, where depending on if you're on one side of the car, where the car went off the rails and slid and then ended up, the placard ripped off or the placard folded over. I responded to that side, so they were probably on the other side or they could be on the ends, but you might not be able to get in there to see that. So I have seen it where on the side they've been ripped off.
Could these placards be made of a more durable material, where they would withstand fire impingement, where it would make it easier for the first responders to get that immediate notification or that, of what they're dealing with? And is NS looking at anything like that for a more durable placard after looking at this accident?
NS doesn't make that regulation. We would assist or information from incidents we had to whoever is working on something like that in any way we can. I think anything that makes it better might be wise to do.
Could NS exceed that regulation on placard durability?
Well, NS doesn't apply the placards to the cars. If they're lost in transportation, NS applies the placards. They're applied by the shipper when they leave, when NS goes to pick the cars up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Chair Hominy, that's all I have for this panel.
Great, thank you very much. So that concludes the first panel for the hearing. We'll now break for a 60-minute lunch. Please return in time to pass through security. I ask that the witnesses for the next panel return early to ensure that they're seated for the time we reconvene at, I guess, early. We'll reconvene at 1:45. I do want to thank the first panel of witnesses. I really appreciate it and appreciate your service.